Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Without a Trace by Stacy Claflin, narrated by Francis Anderson. Chapter 1. Then. Angela laughed as she and Jeffrey stumbled out of the movie theater, spilling popcorn. He stepped in it, spreading the mess. Some parents with little kids glared at them. That only made Angela laugh all the more. Did you see the look on his face? I couldn't miss it. Come on. He wrapped an arm around her, and they hurried toward the exit. She stopped at a movie poster. Oh, look! John Candy has a new movie coming out soon. I can't wait. Jeff kissed her cheek. We'll see it as soon as it comes out. Let's get going. I don't like the way that guy is glaring at me. Angela glanced in the direction he was looking. That same dad of the kids was definitely shooting daggers with his eyes in their direction. What's his problem? I'll give you 3 guesses. Her giddiness from the comedy melted into anger. It's nobody else's business that we're together. We love each other, and that's all that matters. Not everyone sees it that way, he grumbled. She threaded her fingers through his. Her annoyingly pale skin, a stark contrast from his gorgeous dark tone. What she wouldn't give for the beautiful brown, but she was stuck with pasty white. Angela held her head high as she marched out of the building with the love of her life. Nobody else had a say in who she went out with, especially not some grown man she didn't even know. It was bad enough that some of the jocks at school bothered Jeff about being with her, but random guys in town who didn't even know them? It was infuriating. How could people actually think like that anymore? It was the 90s now, not the 60s. Let's go. He pulled her along to the parking lot and headed for his car. It was a peaceful night, with stars filling the sky. Are you okay, ma'am? Angela turned toward the voice. A security guard about her dad's age stared at her with concern in his eyes. Are you talking to me? She snapped, her annoyance with the dad in the theater still running high. The guard nodded, fixing his cap. Why wouldn't I be? Angela flipped her hair over her shoulder. I'm calmly walking here with my boyfriend. What could possibly be wrong? I'm just checking. Maybe worry about people who are actually in danger. My boyfriend and I being together is none of your business. She pulled Jeffrey toward his car before the old jerk could say another word. Once sitting in the passenger seat, she let out a frustrated yell. Don't let it get to you. Jeff started the car. How am I supposed to do that? They're being so unfair. It's just the way it is. They're wrong. Someone needs to set these people straight. Angela reached for the handle so she could find the guard and give him a piece of her mind. Jeff rested a hand on her arm. Don't. You can't convince the world. What do you mean? These people already have their minds made up. But even if you do get through to them, there are 100 more with the same ideals. It's best just to ignore them. Her mouth fell open. You can't be serious. I am. It's something I deal with every day. His words felt like a slap to the face. Every day? Pretty much. People like to point out that I don't have the right to be with you. Those jerks make it sound like they own me. The guys at school who make comments never even gave me a second glance. But now that we're together, they think they have a say in who I go out with? I'm going to tell them off tomorrow. They aren't worth the effort. I can't let them tell you who you can date or let them think that they own me. That's what they're acting like. Jeff held her hand in between his. You aren't going to change anyone's mind. Let's just enjoy being together until I have to take you back home. It's almost your curfew. But it's wrong. They can't act like that. They can, and they do. We can't fight an entire system. But there's one thing we can do to stick it to them. What? He held her gaze. Don't let them get to us. The happier we are together, the more we win. But someone needs to say something, or they'll just keep thinking that it's okay. Good luck with that. Jeff pulled out of the parking spot and drove to their favorite fast food restaurant. After ordering at the drive-thru, he parked, and they laughed about the funniest scenes from the movie. But Angela couldn't stop thinking about how many people had a problem with them being together. Not that any of them had a say in it. What made them think that they did? If anyone should have an issue with it, she'd have thought it would be either her parents or his. But none of them did. His parents loved her, and hers loved him. When he pulled up to the front of her house, she turned to him. Want to sneak some extra time together? You don't have to ask me twice. He pulled his car forward a little, so that a bush hid it from anyone looking out from her house. Angela pointed for him to go around back, and she headed for the front door, making a big show of saying goodnight to her parents and sister. She walked loudly up the stairs and waited before sneaking down them and tiptoeing to the back door. As soon as she poked her head out, Jeff pulled her outside and kissed her deeply. She laughed, closed the door quietly, and wrapped her arms around him. See, he said, we don't have to worry about what anyone else thinks. Those losers don't matter. She took his hand, and they ran to the old barn that hadn't been used since before she was born. It was the perfect place to hide and spend hours together. Nobody had ever found them when they spent time there. The loft was covered in bales of hay, which actually made for a great place to lounge around. Sometimes they played music and talked for hours in each other's arms. She couldn't wait to put the troubles of the evening behind them and forget the rest of the world even existed. When they reached their favorite spot, she skidded to a stop and gasped. Jeff pulled her close. A man in an expensive suit stood in front of them. "Who are you?" Jeff demanded. His only response was to whip out a gun. Angela cried out. "Shut up! Don't talk to her like that," Jeff said. The man pointed the gun right at Jeff. "Both of you need to shut up." She turned around. Another guy blocked them. His clothes were just as fancy. "What do you want?" she asked, trying to distract him so she could figure out how they were going to escape the barn. "What part of shut up don't you understand?" Angela bit her tongue. If he didn't have a gun, she'd have plenty more to say to him. "On your knees." The man pointed the weapon back and forth between her and Jeff. "Hands on your heads." They both dropped down and did as they were told. Silent tears ran down her face. The man was going to execute them. But why? What had they done? He aimed the gun at Jeffrey. It clicked. "No!" Angela yelled. Bang! Her ears rang something fierce as the love of her life fell over. Blood pooled around his head. She dropped to his side and begged him to wake up. Someone grabbed her by the arm and yanked her to standing. The man towered over her, his eyes full of hatred. He snatched her purse from her grasp. "Listen to me good," I'm only going to say this once." Angela nodded, whimpering and unable to stop the flow of tears. "You're going to run away and never return. Do you understand me?" She didn't, but she nodded anyway. "If you ever come back here, this," he gestured toward Jeffrey, "will be what I do to your parents and sister. Got it?" "Where am I supposed to go?" "You'll figure something out. Now leave." He gestured wildly, and the other guy stepped aside, giving her room to flee. Angela turned to Jeff's lifeless body. "I'm so sorry." The man shoved her. She hurried, stumbling her way down to the main level. Once outside, she ran. Footsteps thundered from behind, growing closer. Chapter 2. Now. Ariana Jones peeked out the window and craned her neck to see down the street, squinting from the brightness of the intense early August sun. Damon looped an arm around her waist. "Anxious much?" "I'm not anxious." "This is the 5th time in as many minutes that you've looked for their car." She glanced at the clock. "They were supposed to be here 15 minutes ago." "It's a 3-hour drive. They could have gotten stuck in traffic or stopped for something to eat. I'm sure everything's fine." "Nobody texted me about a delay." He kissed his wife. "It's only 15 minutes. "I'm excited for everyone to see our new place. Can you blame me?" "I can't wait either," Damon said, "but they'll be here soon enough." Ari stepped back and looked around their newly furnished living room. They'd only just moved into the newly built home the previous weekend. The last few months had been a whirlwind of design decisions, furniture shopping, and waiting while the house was under construction. Her parents and her twin 13-year-old siblings were going to be their first overnight guests. Ariana and Damon's old home had been totally destroyed by a fire, and they were forced to start over from scratch. They had literally only had the clothes on their back and the few items in their cars. Everything else turned to ash. Then the builders found human bones in the ground. To say the first part of the year had been a nightmare would be a huge understatement. Now they had a fresh beginning, and best of all, they'd been able to design the home of their dreams. Not that anything had been wrong with the first one. They had a soundproof room, made specifically for recording their podcast, and they each had their own offices for writing and researching the books they were always writing. Ariana was taking an online course to become a private investigator, and now she could close herself off in her office when she needed the quiet for her live calls and to hear pre-recorded lectures. Although Damon enjoyed listening in, it wasn't enough to make him curious about the profession himself. She had offered to enroll him in the course, but he wouldn't have anything to do with it. He said nobody would want the son of a notorious serial killer as their investigator. Not that they had advertised his relationship to Cal Jones, but people tended to connect the dots. And if he had a profession like that, word would spread. He already worried that the association would work against Ariana, but she didn't think it would make a difference. Probably because she wasn't related to Cal by blood. She didn't carry his DNA. That made all the difference in his mind, no matter how much she tried to convince him otherwise. Damon nudged her. "What did I tell you?" She snapped her attention out the window. Her mom's silver SUV rounded the corner. "Finally!" Ariana raced outside onto the freshly laid lawn, waving like a lunatic. She didn't care what any of the neighbors thought of her. Her family was here. The SUV pulled into the driveway and cut the engine. Doors flung open, and she was engulfed in a flurry of embraces and thrilled hellos. Her heart soared as she clung to her parents and siblings. The one thing she didn't like about where they lived was that it was so far from family. She stepped back and took in her loved ones. The first thing she noticed was how big Lainey and Xander were. "Look at you two! It won't be long before you both shoot up past me." Lainey stood taller as she moved closer to her. "I'm already almost there." "Like I said." Lainey fluffed her hair. "Well, we are teenagers now." "And you won't let us forget it." Dad laughed. Xander stood off to the side, which wasn't like him. "Are you okay?" Ariana asked. "Yeah, my stomach just hurts a little." Lainey poked him. "I told you not to eat that third candy bar." "It isn't that kind of ache." "Come in and see the house," Damon said. "You guys must be thirsty, especially after all that sugar." He winked at Xander. "We stocked up on your favorites." The kids talked over each other as they ran toward the front door. Xander kept a hand on the middle of his stomach, but he smiled as he teased his twin. Mom stood next to Ariana. "The new house is breathtaking. Wait until you see the inside." Ariana pulled her in, and she and Damon gave everyone the grand tour. Lainey and Xander joked about wanting to move in with their big sister. "You're always welcome to stay here," Damon said, "but I'm pretty sure your parents want you living with them." "Not that our house is a dump," Mom said. "And we have a pool," Dad added. "I remember two kids who were particularly thrilled about that when we moved in." Damon cleared his throat. "We might have one too." Lainey shrieked and ran toward the back of the house, with Xander not far behind her. Dad threw Ari and Damon an exasperated look. "Really? Are you trying to lure them here?" Ari laughed. "No." Damon put an arm around her. "Should we tell them it's enclosed?" "What?" Mom exclaimed, and she took off after the kids. "Great." Dad threw his arms in the air, but he had a twinkle in his eyes. He gave them both a hug. "Actually, I'm really happy for you two. After everything you've been through this year, you deserve nothing more than to just relax and enjoy the rest of the year." Ari nudged Damon. "I don't think he has any plans to chill. He's marinating steaks to put on the grill in a few hours, and I'm pretty sure he's been working on our new book all morning when I slept in." "Guilty." "Steaks?" Dad said. "I'll help with those, if you want me to." "Of course." The two of them started talking about marinades, and Ariana went to find her mom and siblings. She loved that Damon was part of the family, especially given that he'd lost both of his parents. When she and Damon met, there had been an age gap that seemed a lot bigger back when they were teenagers. She hadn't been much older than the twins at the time. Now she could see why her parents had been concerned about them having a relationship. But obviously, everything worked out. Not that it had been easy, given that Cal Jones had set his sights on taking down her dad. "An indoor pool?" Lainey's voice pulled Ariana from her thoughts. But before she could respond, the doorbell rang. "I'll get that." She hurried downstairs, checking the doorbell cam on her phone. It was her friend Maya, who was chewing on her lip and twisting a strand of hair. Ari flung open the door. "Is everything okay?" Maya looked around. "Am I interrupting anything? Or did you two get a new car?" "My parents are here. Come on in." She didn't. "I don't want to interrupt." "You're not. They'll be glad to meet you." Ari waved her in. "But first, tell me what's wrong." Maya glanced around and then pulled Ariana outside. I don't want to ruin your time with your family, but just tell me. After everything we've all been through this year, I'm sure I can handle it. This, Ari's heart raced. Her friend was usually straightforward, so whatever news she had couldn't be good. Please, just tell me. Right. Well, you know the guy I'm working for, Mr. Mason? The widower, yeah. It's not going well anymore? Maya twisted her hair even tighter around her finger. He asked me to look for something in an old barn behind the house. The building looks like it's going to fall over at any moment, so I didn't feel good about it, but I went anyway. Ariana nodded for her to keep going and hopefully get to the point. Whatever the bad news was, she wanted to know, not drag it out. I looked around where he said, but didn't find anything, so I started going through some things on a shelf. I had a bad feeling, like the floor might collapse underneath me, but that isn't what happened. When I took a box down from the shelf, the whole thing crashed to the ground. It made a huge mess, but that isn't the worst of it. What was? There were human bones. Are you sure? Ariana exclaimed. Yes, they fell right out of one of the boxes, a whole bunch of them, like a whole skeleton's worth. What should I do? Did you call the police? Maya shook her head. I came here to talk to you since you're taking that PI class. Did you tell Mr. Mason? I ran straight over here to ask you. You have to tell him. Why? To give the poor old guy a heart attack? Maya asked. I can't do that. Ariana drew a deep breath. She should have known better than to expect things to remain quiet in their neighborhood. Chapter 3. Ariana pulled Maya inside and grabbed 2 waters from the fridge. She handed one to Maya and downed the other one herself, her mind racing. You have to tell Mr. Mason. He's going to find out one way or another. Maya took a few gulps of water. I can't do that to him. What if he knows why they're there? There's no way. He's such a kind man. Trust me, if there are human bones on his property, and there's no doubt that's what those are, he doesn't know about it. That barn is super old and practically falling down. It wouldn't surprise me if he hasn't been in there in the last 10 or 20 years. Then why'd he send you in there? Maya looked away. Well, he didn't. Not exactly. I was supposed to get something from the shed, but it wasn't there, so I thought I'd check the barn. I've been curious about that building, so I took advantage of the situation and went snooping. That's why you don't want to tell him? Maybe. Tell who what? Dad appeared in the doorway. Maya glanced between him and Ariana. Your brother? Dad grinned. I don't know who you are, but I like you. He held out his hand. I'm Alex Mercer, Ariana's dad. Maya's eyes widened. Her dad? Seriously? 100%. And you are? Maya Pendleton. She shook his hand. Ari's friend. How do you stay so young? Did you find the fountain of youth, and can I have some? Dad chuckled. I was on the younger side when Ariana was born. What? Like 13? 14, actually. Maya's eyes widened and her face turned red. Oh, wow. Okay, sorry. I guess that explains it. So I should get going and let Ariana spend some time with you guys. Actually, Ari said, he can help with our problem. She gave her a double take. He's on the police force back home. Maya backed away, shaking her head. I didn't do anything. Dad lifted an eyebrow. Am I missing something? I found human bones on the property of the guy I work for, Maya blurted out. They're not mine. I didn't put them there. Okay. Ariana put a hand on Maya's arm. What she's trying to say is, what should be her first course of action? You need to notify the police. Maya frowned. I better tell Mr. Mason first. Do you think he might be involved? There's no way. Either someone else put them there, or they've been there since before he was born. The house had money from the Civil War in the walls, remember? Anything on the property could be from that time, including the bones. 100%, Mr. Mason is old and fragile, and his wife died not long ago. I'm worried about how he'll take the news. I'll go with you, Ariana said. We'll tell him together. Maya turned to Ari's dad. You aren't going to arrest me, are you? For finding bones? No. But if you don't report it to the local authorities, I'm going to have to. Maya sighed. I'll do it, but I should talk to Mr. Mason first. Do you want me to go with you? Ariana asked. I don't want to pull you from your family. I'm here for you. Let's go. She turned to her dad. I shouldn't be long. Tell Damon I went to Mr. Mason's house. Will do. Ariana and Maya got into Maya's car and drove to the house. It was the hottest month of the summer, so neither wanted to walk through the heat, even though it was only a few blocks away. Inside, Mr. Mason sat at the kitchen table, sipping an iced tea while reading the newspaper. He glanced up when they entered. Ariana. How are you, Mr. Mason? She asked. I'm fine, but why are you here? Maya took a deep breath. I have to tell you something, and I needed moral support. This sounds serious. He folded his paper. What's going on? They sat across from him, and Maya spoke. I couldn't find the bird seed you were asking about in the shed, so I decided to look in the barn. When I found some boxes, I thought that might be it. She started playing with her hair again. Her boss nodded for her to continue. He didn't look overly concerned, which meant he likely didn't know about the bones. Maya continued. When I reached for the box, the shelf fell down, and some bones spilled out of another box. Bones? Yeah. They're human. I'm sure of it. Color drained from his face. I don't mean to alarm you, but I thought you should know. He stared out the window, didn't say anything. We should let the police know, don't you think? They need to find out whose they are. Mr. Mason took a deep breath. They're my daughters. Wow, that escalated quickly, Maya said. Ariana stared at him in disbelief. What makes you think they're hers? Maya's right. That's a big leap. He rubbed his temples. My oldest daughter disappeared one night in her senior year of high school. The police said she ran away and never put much effort into looking. I came to terms with her death years ago. Are you kidding? That's how they ran things. Things have changed since then. What made them think she was a runaway? Ariana asked. He turned to her. Her boyfriend disappeared at the same time, and she took some necessary items. Because she took her purse and wallet, they determined she left on her own. Because she was 18, barely, they said she was an adult and they couldn't do anything to stop her. Ariana's mouth fell open. though she really shouldn't be surprised. She listened to true crime podcasts constantly, and she'd heard similar stories many times in cold cases. It really was how most departments handled missing persons cases back then. But sitting there with Mr. Mason and seeing the pain in his eyes made the injustice all the more unfair. How long ago was that? 32 years. She would have been 50 this year. I'm so sorry, Ariana said. Do you think there was any chance she would have run away? Maybe those bones out there don't belong to her. He shook his head. She had no reason to. Not when she was looking forward to going away to college. She and Jeff were both accepted to the same school, and they were eager for the fall. So running away made no sense. But the police told me that kids always keep secrets from their parents. Angela was happy the day she disappeared. She came home after a date with Jeff and ran straight to her room. That was the last time anyone saw her. We didn't know anything was wrong until the next morning when she didn't come down for breakfast. That was when we saw her bed was unmade, with a single book on it. Her backpack was there with all of her textbooks. What was the book on her bed? Something about interracial relationships. The police said that was a message as to why they took off. Do you want to see it? We saved it with all her things. They thought she and Jeff ran away because of that? Maya asked. Hadn't people moved on from that type of prejudice by then? Ariana asked, surprised. Mr. Mason shook his head. Not entirely. Most people didn't care about them being together, including Nancy and myself. But some townsfolk did have a problem with Angela and Jeff dating. Do you think someone would have killed them over that? Ariana asked. People are capable of all kinds of evil. That seems a little extreme. A lot, actually. You'd be surprised. Ariana cleared her throat. Well, I think we should let the police know about the bones. They can figure out for sure if those are her bones or not. They might not be. They are. I'm sure of it. He rubbed his eyes. If only Nancy was here for this day. Let's not jump to conclusions. Your daughter could still be alive. Not after all this time. She'd have reached out by now. There isn't any chance she'd have missed her mom's funeral if she was still here. Unless she didn't know. Or she was at the funeral but didn't want anyone to see her. Ariana reached out and squeezed his hand. I'm so sorry, Mr. Mason. I'm glad to know. It's actually kind of comforting to think that she's been here this whole time. Do you want to make the call, or should we? It should be me. He rose. Excuse me, ladies. After he left the room, Maya turned to Ariana. I wonder if those bones are really his daughter's. You said they were in a box. Yeah, they spilled out when the shelf fell. Why? It just seems strange that they'd be in a box in his barn. That goes without saying. No, Ariana said. What I mean is, if she was killed here on the property, wouldn't the killer have taken her somewhere else? Or done something else with the body? It would take a while for decomposition. Stuffing an entire body into a box doesn't seem possible. And if somebody put the body parts into a box, they would have turned into a gooey mess as they rotted. They couldn't have hidden that stink. Maya scrunched her face in disgust. That, too. Ariana's stomach turned at the thought. There had to be more to the story. Chapter 4. Damon wrapped his arms around Ariana when she finally returned home. "Is everything okay?" If more bones in the neighborhood qualifies as okay. He frowned. "But at least they aren't related to the bones found earlier this year." "Not if Mr. Mason is right about them being his daughters." "That's what he thinks?" "He's sure of it. She disappeared more than 30 years ago, and he never believed she ran away like the police said." "Just like all those cold cases we listened to." She nodded. "That was my thought, too. It's maddening how things used to be handled. On the bright side, maybe the truth will finally come to light, and a killer will be brought to justice." After being allowed to live his life for the last 3 decades. Alex poked his head inside. "The steaks are ready." "We'll bring out the side dishes," Damon said. He gave Ari a quick kiss after his father-in-law went back outside. "And at least these bones have nothing to do with us. After having our own to deal with earlier this year, I can't say how glad I am about that." That's a positive spin. But poor Mr. Mason and Maya are both so shaken over this. Damon pulled her close. "Do you want to invite her over for dinner? I know it's little consolation, but it might help." Olivia took her to the bar and grill, and Rita's feeding them for free. There you go. We'll check on Maya later, but she's in good hands. Ariana didn't look convinced. "I suppose you're right." "Of course I am. She has her sister, and you know how generous Rita is with her friends." Damon kissed Ari's cheek and grabbed some already prepared sides from the fridge. It warmed Damon's heart to see Ariana relaxing and starting to smile again. She always got upset when a friend was having a hard time, but she also loved spending time with family, and it was obvious how much she loved her younger siblings. She gathered the rest of the sides, and they headed outside and set everything on the tables. The kids were toweling off after swimming in the pool. Loud music blared from speakers around the yard, and everyone piled their plates high with food. Lainey talked about the summer camp they'd just returned from, sharing stories about ziplining, rock climbing, and horseback riding. Xander looked flushed, and he was unusually quiet as he picked at his food. "You okay, buddy?" Damon asked him. "Yeah, just tired from all the swimming." "You want a sports drink? Maybe you need some rehydrating." "That might help." Damon hurried inside, found a bottle, and brought it out to his younger brother-in-law. Xander took little sips. Once everyone was done eating, Damon brought out ice cream and turtle pie. "Who's ready for dessert?" "I am," Lainey grinned. "That looks amazing." "Ow, my stomach." Xander jumped up. He doubled over, clutching his lower abdomen. Zoe ran over to him. "What's wrong?" He cried out in pain. "It hurts." She turned to Alex, who was already leaping toward them, pleading for help with her eyes. "Where does it hurt?" Damon couldn't see where the boy pointed because the flowers in the middle of the table blocked his view. Alex's eyes widened. "I think it's his appendix." Everyone started talking at once. "I'll call for an ambulance." Ariana whipped out her phone and hurried over to her brother while telling the person on the other end what was going on. Damon ran through the house into the front yard to wave over the medics when they arrived. Once they did, he brought them to the backyard, where they quickly assessed Xander, then immediately took him to the ambulance and drove away, lights flashing. Alex and Zoe followed in their vehicle, but Damon and Ariana stayed home with Lainey. Due to hospital regulations, they wouldn't be able to go inside anyway, so they decided to stay home rather than sitting in the parking lot the entire time. "Is he going to be okay?" Lainey asked, tears streaming down her face. Ariana embraced her. "I'm sure he will. It's a common surgery." "What's an appendix?" "I don't know, but it's pretty routine for them to be taken out. So everything has to be okay. Right, Damon?" She turned to him. "Yeah, it happens to a lot of people. As long as they get it out, he should be back to normal soon." Lainey paced the living room, looking out the window every time she passed it. "How soon will he be back?" "I'm not sure," he said. "Maybe we should do something to distract ourselves. Worrying isn't going to help anything." "Good idea." Ariana guided her sister to the family room and turned on the TV. "You sure he's going to be okay?" Lainey asked, her eyes wide. "No doubt." Damon gave her a forced smile. She frowned, probably able to see right through his fake confidence. Nobody knew how Xander would fare until after the surgery. He went outside and brought in the half-melted desserts and put them on 3 plates before returning the rest to the freezer. Then he brought in the leftover dinner and put that in the fridge. Nobody touched the ice cream or turtle pie when he brought it into the family room. "This is going to go to waste if nobody eats it." Sighing, Lainey took one of the plates. Ariana and Damon followed suit. Everyone picked at the sweets until they just had melted messes. Lainey returned her plate to the coffee table and turned to them, more tears streaming down her face. "Can someone call and find out what's going on, please?" "I will." Damon leaped up and looked around for his phone. He'd set it down somewhere, probably in the kitchen. It was on the counter next to the fridge. He called Alex, who answered quickly. "Xander's in surgery," Alex answered. "Everyone sounded hopeful, saying he should be just fine." "That's great news." "It is. But we have a problem. A big one." Damon's heart sank. "I thought you said he was going to be okay." "This has nothing to do with the surgery. After they're done, Zoe and I are going to have to come home and talk with everyone." "You can't tell me over the phone." "No. This has to be done in person." Chapter 5. Ariana flung open the door as soon as she saw the car pull into the driveway. It had been a full day since her little brother had left for the hospital, but he was coming home after a successful surgery and with a bright prognosis. They'd gotten it out soon enough, and the nurses and doctors all said how well he was doing after the operation. It had been hard on everyone with the hospital's strict visitation policy, but at least now he was here where they could all take care of him and let him rest. Xander had a hand on his stomach and walked slowly, but he gave Ari a smile when they made eye contact. Their parents were on each side of him, helping him as they made their way inside. He resisted their efforts, but grimaced each time he pulled away from them. Damon appeared in the hallway. "How's our favorite patient? Hungry? For some real food? Definitely." Lainey scrambled into the hallway, skidding to a stop. "Xander, are you okay? I was so worried." "I'm fine," though his strange tone said otherwise. She hesitated before giving him a gentle hug. Then she turned to Mom and Dad. "What's the big thing you could only tell us in person?" "Xander's hungry," Mom said quickly. "Let's get him settled in before we discuss anything." He glared at her before following Damon into the kitchen. Lainey put her hands on her hips. What's going on? He obviously already knows. Dad pulled her into an embrace. We had to. He overheard something I asked one of the doctors. But as it turned out, it didn't matter for the appendectomy. Now here we are, and everything's a mess. What are you talking about? Lainey asked. Is he going to be okay? Physically, yes. Mom sighed, looking defeated. Or maybe she was just tired. She'd refused to leave the hospital the entire time Xander was admitted. Ariana pulled her into another room. You and Dad haven't told the twins yet? Xander knows a little now. But you guys didn't tell them anything before this? She shook her head and stared out the window. You were planning on letting them know at some point, right? Of course, she snapped. But it's a delicate situation, and it brings up a lot of trauma for me. It isn't something we could have easily explained to them when they were younger. Even now, I'm not sure they're ready. But ready or not, they're getting the entire story. Ariana's heart broke for her mom, and she wrapped an arm around her shoulders. I'm sorry that you have to dredge it up again. It isn't fair. Mom blinked a few times and nodded, still focused outside. It's just the way it is. Hopefully they'll understand, and we can all move forward and not think about it after this. For what it's worth, I think Lainey and Xander will understand. He won't even look at us. I'm sure he's confused. Once the dust settles, everything will go back to normal. That's starting to look like wishful thinking. Lainey entered the room. Does everyone but me know what's going on? Mom turned to her. It isn't like that. It sure seems that way. Your sister was old enough when it happened for Dad and I to explain it to her. Lainey crossed her arms. You and Xander will know everything as soon as he's done eating. We'll share the whole story, every painful detail. Mom looked back out the window. Lainey stormed out of the room. I'll talk with her. Thank you. Mom sighed. Ariana went after her little sister. Lainey, try to understand. This is really hard for them to talk about. She shrugged and plopped on the couch. It isn't something that anyone wants to remember. About what? It isn't my story to tell, but they've never tried to keep anything from you. That's the last thing they would do. If you say so, I do, and I promise it'll make sense after they explain it. They sat in silence until everyone else made their way into the living room. Dad cleared his throat and took Mom's hand before making eye contact with Xander and Lainey. There's something we need to tell you. It won't be easy to hear. And it definitely won't be easy to tell you. But please remember how much we both love you. Just spit it out, Xander said. Lainey leaned forward, chewing on her lip. Mom and Dad exchanged a tense expression before turning to Xander. Biologically, I'm not your father, but You aren't our dad? Lainey's eyes filled with tears. I'm not his, but I am yours. She gave him a double take. That isn't possible. We're twins. Mom closed her eyes for a moment before rubbing her temples and looking at her two youngest. I was assaulted before you were born. And as a result, you two have different biological fathers. Dad's sperm fertilized your egg, and the other man's fertilized Xander's. But in every way that matters, Dad is Xander's parent. Never once has he treated you differently, and that's why this is such a shock. Damon put an arm around Ariana, and she leaned against him, glad for his support. Xander narrowed his eyes. Not because you kept it from us for our entire lives. Dad put an arm around his wife. The assault was really traumatic for your mom. It was excruciating for both of us. But I'm not going to pretend that my experience compares to hers. Any time the issue has come up, she gets flashbacks and nightmares again. Thankfully, she has your Aunt Macy on call. Are we still twins? Lainey asked. Yes. You shared a womb and were born on the same day. Who's my real dad? Xander demanded. Dad's jaw visibly tensed. I'm your real dad. The person who supplied half your DNA and nothing more is a criminal who will never see the outside of prison walls. He wanted to hurt and kill your mom, and that's all you need to know about him. Xander flinched. Does he know about me? No. Where does that leave me? With a family who loves you very much and would do anything for you. But that man is part of me. Only in that he gave you some DNA. You're part of this family, and you're my son. Period. How long were you guys going to keep it from me? Xander's eyes narrowed. Mom sniffled and leaned closer to him. We always had it in mind to tell you both when you were teenagers. It was never supposed to happen like this. We wanted it all to go differently. I can't do this anymore. Xander fled from the room, clutching his stomach. Dad leaped up. Xander! Let him be, Mom said. Xander's footsteps hitched as he made his way up the stairs. Chapter 6. Ariana set the last of the drinks on the table outside and turned up the volume on the music. All the festivities were nice, but it wasn't going to restore the peace between her brother and parents. She and Damon had taken everyone to the beach and then shopping today, but the tension had been so thick it made her cough. And seeing the pain in the eyes of people she loved so much broke her heart. Damon threaded his fingers through hers. Are you okay? She glanced inside, where Xander sat with arms crossed and his back facing their parents. Not really. Your idea to invite our friends over was brilliant. He kissed her cheek. It'll be the perfect distraction. I'm sure Xander will be thrilled to talk with Charles about working with Spielberg. I hope so, but it won't solve anything. He's still going to be furious with Mom and Dad. Hopefully Macy will be able to help. She works specifically with kids, right? Ariana nodded, getting lost in thought for a moment. Yeah, she was really helpful when I was about the twins' age. Maybe a little older. She went through a lot as a teen, so she understands her clients in ways many others don't. Damon started to say something, but the doorbell rang. They hurried inside and to the front door. Olivia and Maya stood on the porch, both carrying plates of covered food. If it weren't for Olivia's longer hair and nose ring, it would be impossible to tell them apart. Ari and Damon welcomed them in. All the food's out back on the patio. Ariana got her siblings' attention as she went through the living room. "Guess what? We have another set of twins here." She introduced everyone, then took the plates and brought them outside. While she was doing that, the doorbell rang again. In the short time it took her to reach the living room, their next-door neighbors, Leah and Charles, were already talking about his movie script and their recent travels to Hollywood to meet with the famous producer. As expected, Xander had stars in his eyes as he listened to Charles talk. Relief washed through her. Not that she'd expected a miracle, but at least her brother had something else to focus on, other than his intense anger and sense of betrayal. Xander was even mad at her for knowing and not telling them about his paternity. She understood and had tried explaining to him that it just wasn't her place to divulge that story, but he'd still turned from her. It had nearly killed her seeing him hurting like that, but she knew he'd have to find his own way to deal with his emotions, and that would likely take time. Ariana knew about messy family situations. Since her parents were so young when she was born, her grandparents had raised her until her parents got older and eventually married. Then they wanted to raise Ariana, and things got hairy for a while. But it all worked out in the end, as it would for her siblings too. Hopefully. The only person remaining to join the party was her friend Rita, who lived across the street. So when the doorbell sounded, she knew who it had to be. Ariana flung the door open and smiled widely, but she froze in place, hardly able to believe her eyes. Standing with an arm draped around Rita was Grayson Ramirez, a famous local newscaster and investigative journalist. Some of his work exposed major corporate scandals around the world. Next to him stood 3 kids, all as equally good-looking as he was. Rita grinned. "I see you recognize Grayson. Grayson, this is one of my very best friends, Ariana. She and her husband Damon are the ones with the podcast I was telling you about." "It's a pleasure to meet you. I can't wait to learn more about the work you and Damon do." He had a firm grip, warm eyes, and a deep voice that held a thicker accent than he had on TV. Ari fumbled over her words as she shook his hand, but managed to welcome him to her home and express how nice it was to meet him. His 3 kids ran inside before she had a chance to meet them formally. Ariana pulled Rita aside. "You show up at my house with Grayson Ramirez like it's just another day? What is going on?" Rita covered her heart. "We're seeing each other, but don't say anything in front of the kids. We're easing them into the news." "He had his arm wrapped around you. You don't think that's a clue?" "Oh, you've seen Grayson on TV. He's affectionate with everyone. It's part of his charm, and how he can get people to spill their secrets on recorded interviews." Ari couldn't argue with that. "How on earth did you meet him?" "He started coming to the bar and grill, and we hit it off right away. Then he became a lunchtime regular, and one thing led to another." She beamed. "The rest, as they say, is history." Ariana's gaze went to Rita's belly. "Does he know about your baby?" "Yeah, he's thrilled, actually." "Thrilled that his girlfriend is pregnant with someone else's child?" Rita nodded. "His ex made him get the big snip after their youngest, so it's a relief to him that if things keep progressing like they have been, I won't be disappointed about that." "What if you want more later? With 4 kids running around? I can't see that happening." "But their mom, she isn't in the picture. Things are going so well that I think we'll be one big happy family before too long." Ariana smiled, but she wasn't so sure it would turn out as well as her friend hoped. Rita always managed to have complicated relationships. Her ex-husband was in prison, and her baby's mysterious dad was dead. Grayson's voice rose above the rest, then everyone roared with laughter. Rita grabbed Ari's arm and tugged her toward the living room. "Come on, let's join the fun. I bet you two will have a lot to talk about. A PI and an investigative reporter. I'm not a private investigator yet." As they entered the living room, everyone burst into laughter again. Damon ushered everyone outside to start eating, and Ariana stared in disbelief as Grayson Ramirez strolled into her yard, chatting with her parents like they had known each other for years. His oldest was laughing with Xander, and Lainey seemed thrilled to be entertaining the two younger ones. At least her siblings seemed happy for the time being. She meandered around, making sure everyone had what they needed. When she reached Maya, her friend pulled her to the side. Ari thought she was going to talk about Grayson, but she had something else on her mind. "I'm worried about Mr. Mason." "Because of the bones?" Maya nodded. "Yeah, he's really rattled over the discovery." "I'm sure he is. He says they belong to his daughter." "But it's more than that." "What do you mean?" Ari asked. She leaned closer. "He's hiding something." "Are you sure?" "Yeah. Every time he talks about the bones or his daughter, he gets a distant look in his eyes and then he stops speaking." "Maybe he's just in shock. His wife died recently, so it's a lot for him to deal with. Maybe he always held out hope that his daughter was alive, and now he has to face the fact that she isn't." "There's more to the story. I can tell, but I don't know what he could be hiding." "Do you think he's involved somehow?" Ariana asked. Maya's eyes widened. "No, nothing like that. He's the sweetest guy. He couldn't hurt a fly. But I feel like he knows something. Maybe something he's been keeping to himself for decades? And you want me to help get to the bottom of it?" "Will you?" Maya pleaded with her eyes. Ari glanced over at Rita's new boyfriend. "Why me when you have Grayson Ramirez? I just want answers, not a news story that's going to get hundreds of thousands of views." "What do you want me to do?" Ariana asked. She had a feeling she was going to regret getting more involved than she already was. Chapter 7. Damon flipped the last pancake and checked the bacon. "Who's ready for more food?" Most everyone groaned, saying they couldn't possibly eat any more. "Save it for Xander," Ariana said. "He's bound to be hungry when he wakes up." Alex frowned. "He should be down here already. We have to leave right after breakfast." "I can make him a to-go plate," Damon said. "That way he doesn't get hungry on the long drive." "He should be down here." "We have to give him some space to work through the news," Zoe said. "Remember what a shock it was for us to find out about the twins? It took us a long time to come to terms with it." "He should have heard it from us first, not the way he did. That makes it so much worse." "Don't blame yourself, Dad," Ariana said. "You couldn't have known his appendix would need surgery, and you and Mom made the best of the situation." Zoe put her hand on Alex's arm. "And Macy's ready whenever we are. She's happy to talk to us all together or separately. Whatever works best." "I'm not sure there's a best in this situation." He sighed. Damon gave his father-in-law a sympathetic glance as he sat down with his food. Alex wasn't usually so down and out, but Xander finding out about his paternity wasn't a normal situation. As everyone finished the meal, Lainey put her plate in the sink and left without a word. She hadn't said anything the whole time. The news had to be just as much of a shock to her as to her twin brother. They didn't share the same biological dad. It was a blow he could imagine. Damon had learned at a young age that his mom had been murdered and that his dad was the perpetrator. Not only that, but his dad had also killed a great many other people. That, too, was a hit most people didn't have to navigate. Maybe he should try to talk with Xander. Even though Alex wasn't biologically related to either of them, they were both lucky to have him in their lives. By the time Damon was done with his food, everyone else had put their plates away. His in-laws were gathering their bags and getting ready to leave. "Xander!" Alex called from the bottom of the stairs. "Bring your things down." A moment later, the boy appeared at the top of the landing. "I'm not leaving." "What?" Zoe said. "We have to get back today. Dad has work tomorrow, and I have to take you and Lainey school shopping. Then I have to get back to work, too. You have—" "I'm staying here." He crossed his arms. That would certainly give Damon time to talk with Xander. "You can't just decide to stay," Alex said. "This isn't your house." "It's my sister's. She always says we're welcome here any time." Ariana and Damon exchanged a concerned look. Xander was definitely welcome to stay, but they also didn't want to step on Alex and Zoe's toes. "We're leaving, Xander," Zoe said. "Get your stuff." "No, I'm not going anywhere." Damon's mind raced. "Hey, bud, we'd love nothing more than to have more time with you, but right now it's an important time to be with your parents. You all have a lot to talk about." "There's nothing to talk about. I've been lied to all my life. I know all I need to know." "What you need," Alex said, "is to listen to us." "You aren't my dad. Get down here now!" Damon jolted at the intensity in Alex's tone. It had to come from a place of deep hurt, but he'd rarely seen him that upset. "Dad," Ariana said, "can we talk in the other room?" Alex gave a slight nod. "But start packing, Xander." Damon and Ari led her parents to the living room, and the four of them discussed the possibilities. "It could give him some time to cool down and let the news settle," Damon said. "And we'd be happy to help steer him in the right direction while he tries to make sense of it all." "He has to learn that he can't call the shots," Alex said. "But he also feels out of control," Damon said. "It might help him to feel supported if you let him make this decision. I think it'll show some understanding. Not that I think you'd be wrong taking him home today, but I think allowing him to stay here would go a long way in rebuilding the relationship when everything feels up in the air." Alex's shoulders dropped. "You make a good point." He turned to Zoe. "What do you think?" "I think Damon might be onto something. We can drive back over next weekend to pick him up." She turned to Ari and Damon. "Does that work for you two? Keep in mind that he's post-op and needs to take care of his incision." Her voice cracked. "I hate to leave him now, but I know he's in good hands with you." Ariana and Damon exchanged a knowing look before she answered. "Yes, definitely. And we're even close to the hospital where he had the surgery if anything does come up. Not that I think it will. We'll make sure he takes it easy the whole time." Alex drew a deep breath. "Then it's settled. We'd better let the kids know." Damon and Ari stayed back while her parents went upstairs to speak with the twins. The four of them came back down after a few minutes. Xander stood back, refusing their attempts to hug him. Lainey looked like she wanted to stay with her brother, but Damon didn't broach the subject, figuring it had been hard enough for his in-laws to let Xander stay. Alex gave Xander a little nudge. "Do you have something to say?" Xander turned to Ariana and Damon. "Thanks for letting me stay." "We're glad for the extra time with you." Damon gave him a fist bump. Zoe handed them a stack of paperwork from the hospital. "If you have any questions, my cell phone will be on the entire time." Everyone except Xander exchanged hugs, and then they parted ways. Damon hoped he'd be able to convince his angry young brother-in-law that family was much more than blood. Chapter 8. Ariana checked on Damon and Xander, who were eating popcorn and watching some action movie she'd neither heard of nor had any interest in seeing, before heading outside. Maya wanted her to come over and talk with Mr. Mason to see if Ari agreed that he was hiding something. She got in her car and drove through the large neighborhood and parked in front of the elderly widower's house. Laughter and shrieks sounded from next door. Olivia waved from the front yard. She was having a squirt gun fight with the two kids she nannied for. Ari waved back and made her way to Mr. Mason's front door. Maya flung it open before Ari had a chance to knock. She pulled her in. "Thanks for coming over. He's in the back, watching birds." "Does he mind me coming over?" "He loves having visitors." Maya pulled her through the old house, which was a stark contrast from Ariana's newly built home. "Mr. Mason," Maya said with a song in her tone as she and Ari stepped out onto the back porch. "You remember Ariana? She came back to visit with us." He turned and gave her a friendly smile. "Nice to see you again." "You too. Find any rare birds?" "Nothing too unusual, but we've had more hummingbirds than usual this year. I always enjoy seeing those. They seem so peaceful, don't you think?" "Yes," Ari agreed. "There's something almost magical about them." They watched as 3 of the little birds flitted back and forth between some bright flowers and the feeder. Maya cleared her throat. "We're expecting to hear news about the bones today, aren't we?" Mr. Mason turned from the birds. "That's what the detective said, but they're so busy I'm not going to hold my breath. Besides, I already know they belong to my Angela." "But we can't be sure," Maya said. "She could still be out there somewhere." He shook his head. "Not after all these years. If she was still alive, she'd have found us by now. Especially with the recent passing of her mother. She wouldn't have missed the funeral." "If she even knew about it," Ariana said. Maya nudged Ari hard enough that it threw her off balance. Ari stood tall. "What do you think happened to her?" "You know how kids are." Maya gave her a look that clearly said, "I told you so." "I'm not sure I understand," Ari said. "Kids find ways to get in trouble, and they're masters at hiding things from their parents. Could be drugs, could be anything, really." "You think she was into drugs? Which ones?" "I didn't see any signs, but like I said, kids hide things. Who knows what was going on? But given what happened, it was clearly big. Excuse me." He made his way past them and headed inside. "See?" Maya said. "He's hiding something. But what?" It's probably just hard for him to talk about his daughter, and you're being a little pushy about it. He knows something. Maybe. Or he's just stressed out about finding the bones. I'm sure that up to this point he's been able to convince himself that she could be alive out there somewhere. And when you consider that he only recently lost his wife, finding out about the bones has to add to that trauma. Maya frowned. Maybe, but I still say he's keeping a secret. If it were important, he'd say something. This is his daughter we're talking about. No parent is going to put anything above their child's best interest. No parent? You can say that, even considering who your father-in-law was? Ari sighed. Fine, you have me there. Let me try again. No good parent is going to do that. And he clearly cares. He's an elderly man who has been through the ringer lately. Let's cut him some slack. You don't sound like an investigator. Shouldn't you be looking at him with a critical eye? I'm sure the police must have cleared him years ago of having anything to do with her death. Ding dong. Are you expecting anyone? Ari asked. Maya's eyes lit up. Maybe it's the detective. Ariana tried to keep up with her friend as she raced through the house. It was a police officer at the door. Is Mr. Mason home? He asked. Yes, Maya said. Come in and I'll get him. Ariana can take you to the living room. Maya disappeared before Ari could say anything. She led the officer to the couches, and they sat across from each other. How do you know Mr. Mason? He asked. I'm a neighbor and a friend of Maya's. Mr. Mason and Maya arrived. They exchanged pleasantries with the officer for a moment before he got down to business. I have news about the bones. Do you mind me sharing it with Maya and Ariana present? Go ahead, Mr. Mason said. I have good news, sir. They don't belong to your daughter. His mouth fell open. They don't? How can you be sure? An expert has determined that they belong to a male. He appears to be about the same age as your daughter when she disappeared, but that's where the similarities end. While we're still waiting on the DNA results, I'm happy that we can at least rule out your daughter. Mr. Mason leaned back, color draining from his face. It's not Angela? Do you have any idea who the bones could belong to? He shook his head, but didn't make eye contact with anyone. Our bone expert believes the young male to have possibly been of African or Middle Eastern descent. Does that ring any bells? Mr. Mason jolted slightly. Does that sound like anyone who went missing around that time? Asked the officer. He nodded, but hesitated before answering. Angela's boyfriend, Jeffrey, matches that description. But they ran off together because some people around here had a problem with their relationship. At least that's the only thing that made any sense back then. If you've gone over the cold case files, you'd have seen that the police at the time believed they ran off together because of that book about interracial dating relationships that was left on her bed. They thought the book must have been a message of some kind. None of this is new information to your department. I haven't looked at any old files, sir. Do you have Jeffrey's last name? Marin, I believe. You can check the files. I'm sure they're still around somewhere, and they ought to be enlightening. Ariana recognized the last name Marin, but couldn't recall where she knew it from. Maybe Mr. Mason had mentioned Jeff's last name previously? That had to be it. Understood, said the officer. Is there anything else you can tell me about their relationship? Something that might shed light on this case? No. Mr. Mason rose, his hands shaking. I need to lie down. Of course. The officer stood. I'll see myself out. Can I call you later if I have more questions? Mr. Mason only nodded before leaving the room. Ariana exchanged a look with Maya. It did seem that the elderly man was keeping something to himself. But what? Chapter 9. Ariana scooped the last of the salsa with her chip as she scrolled through an old news article on her phone. Did you find anything? Maya asked. There isn't a lot online about Mr. Mason's daughter or her boyfriend. Did you manage to discover anything? She frowned. I really feel like there's more to the story. Don't you? I do get the feeling. But why would he hide anything when it could help solve the case of his daughter, who's been missing for decades? That's what worries me. If there's something big enough for him to keep it secret, it must be pretty bad. Rita came over and sat with them. Sorry I couldn't join you right away. Just finished a training session for some new employees. What brings you two in, other than the delicious food? She winked. The Mexican bar and grill was Rita's first baby, although it was bound to take a shove into the back seat once her actual baby was born. She'd gotten the business up and running from nothing, while married to a controlling jerk, and she deserved to take pride in her work, since it was one of the most popular restaurants in town. The busy lunch rush that had nearly every seat filled at the moment showed as much. We have a mystery, Maya said. Rita lifted her brows and leaned closer. Tell me all about it. You aren't going to tell your boyfriend, are you? Is it really that juicy? Probably not, Ariana said. If Mr. Mason was hiding things now, he'd double down if a famous investigative journalist started digging around. Just a cold case involving Maya's boss. I can't see Grayson Ramirez caring about it. Maya looked around. Does he really come in every day for lunch? Is he here today? He's out investigating a case. Some corporate money laundering scheme. Rita yawned. But the good news is, you have my full attention. Tell me all about your mystery. The food arrived halfway through the story. Ari nudged her plate of nachos toward Rita. Help yourself. I can't. Not after I've been snacking all morning. It's hard enough to hide my growing belly these days. Maya arched an eyebrow. Any reason for that? Rita shrugged, and her eyes sparkled. What? Maya demanded. Things are moving quickly with Grayson, and his kids adore me. He was worried how they'd take to me, but Sophia already asked if we're getting married, and his whole face lit up. I don't want to get my hopes up too high, but we might have a ceremony before the baby comes. Why so fast? Ariana asked. Is there a rush? No, but there's also no reason to wait. When you know, you know, Rita beamed. Maya and Ari exchanged a worried glance. I saw that, Rita said. Look, I know I've had a string of bad relationships, but this is nothing like those. He has a clean record and he's not married. We fit together like pieces of a puzzle, and we have a ready-made family. The kids need a mom, and my baby needs a dad and siblings. It's perfect. It's just so quick, Maya said. We don't want to see you get hurt. And some of your recent relationships have been a little... Ariana searched for the most gentle word. Complicated. You don't have to tell me. I'm the one who lived them. But most of the problem was that I was under Boone's thumb, and I knew he was cheating on me the whole time. But think about it this way. Both Ari and Maya leaned closer. I created this booming business, Rita spread her palms around, because I needed a distraction from my currently incarcerated ex-husband, and this is the same place where Grayson and I met. It's poetic. Ari rested her hand on Rita's. I hope you're right. Really, I do. Just understand that our concern comes from a good place. We don't want to see you rush into something that could potentially hurt you. Rita smiled. And I appreciate that about you. Maybe what you need is more time with Grayson, so you can get to know him. I'll have everyone over for dinner sometime this week. How does that sound? Maya and Ari both agreed. Great. I'll figure out the details and let you know. I'd better get back to work. Rita blew kisses at them before disappearing. What do you think of all that? Maya asked. You've known her longer. There is one thing that helps me feel better about the relationship. What's that? She's being open about it. All the other ones have been so secretive. I don't know if she felt like she had to hide them before, or if she was just used to it because of Boone. They do make a cute couple, Maya said. I could totally see them blending into a family. Did you see the way his little girl was looking at Rita the other day? Like the sun rises and sets on her. Maya nodded. Maybe this really is as good as Rita thinks. A shudder ran down Ariana's back. I just hope this doesn't turn into another Boone situation. Chapter 10. Damon finished editing the podcast and took off his headphones. Now he just needed to listen to it before uploading it for publication. But first, to check on Xander. He was still sleeping when Damon sat down with the edits, but now it was time for lunch. He stepped out of the in-home recording studio and listened for any signs that his young brother-in-law was awake. No shower running, no music or TV playing. He debated waking him. While Xander surely needed something to eat, he also needed rest. Damon knocked softly before poking his head into the guest room. Light snores sounded from the room, and the boy was sprawled across the bed, tangled in the covers. May as well let him sleep. Damon left the door cracked open and made his way downstairs to the kitchen. He rifled through the leftovers from the other night and stuck some of the meat in the oven to warm for sandwiches. Then he heated some bacon in a pan, because who doesn't love bacon on a sandwich? Hopefully the aromas would be enough to pull Xander from bed. Zoe had already texted him and Ari several times this morning, asking how Xander was doing. He couldn't blame her for being worried. The whole thing with him doubling over and then going to the hospital was scary. Damon couldn't help feeling somehow guilty that something he'd cooked had made him sick. But it wouldn't have mattered what Xander had eaten or not eaten for dinner, since that wasn't how appendicitis happened. Another text came in from Damon's mother-in-law. He sent a quick reply. Damon, still sleeping. I'm cooking some lunch, trying to lure him out. I'll have him call when he wakes. She responded just as quickly. Zoe, no, don't do that. He's already upset with us. I don't want him getting more stressed. Just let me know how he's doing when he gets up. Damon, I can do that. Zoe, thanks for everything. I really appreciate you two letting him stay. I'm glad he trusts you both. Damon, he trusts you guys too. Zoe, I doubt that. Damon. He just needs time. We have the house to ourselves right now, and I'm going to tell him about some of what I went through around his age. I think it'll help. He's upset now, but he'll realize just how lucky he is to have you both as parents. Zoe. And to have you in his life. Thanks again. Damon. Glad to help. If sharing his story helped Xander even a little bit, and it would make what he went through worth it. Obviously, he'd rather not have dealt with a serial killer father or his mother's death at such a young age. But it really did warm his heart when his story helped others. Between everything he and Ariana did, the books, the podcast, and speaking at schools, they reached a lot of people. And many had told them how much their stories gave them hope or helped them in some way. At least some good could come from it. Footsteps sounded, and Xander appeared, rubbing his eyes and his hair sticking up at all angles. "Good morning, or should I say afternoon," Damon teased. Xander mumbled something. "How does roast beef and bacon sandwiches sound?" "For breakfast?" Damon glanced at the clock. "It's almost 1. "Sounds good." Xander shuffled to the fridge and poured himself a glass of orange juice. "How's your stomach?" Damon asked as he flipped over the bacon. "Fine. Doesn't hurt." "Not really." "That's great news. How'd you sleep?" "Okay." He was going to have to get creative in order to get more than 1 or 2 words from Xander. Or maybe he just needed a few minutes to wake up. "Want some coffee?" "Only if you have some kind of flavoring to make it sweet." A full sentence. He was making progress. Damon hid a smile. "Coffee without sweetener? What kind of monsters do you think we are?" The corners of Xander's mouth curved up. More progress. Damon brought out several flavors of creamer from the fridge before sticking a pod in the coffee machine. "Hope you like light roasted coffee." Xander looked at him like he was speaking another language. "I'm sure you will." Damon placed the steaming mug in front of him before putting the sandwiches together and sitting across from his brother-in-law. He made small talk while they ate, mostly getting short answers. After they gathered their plates to the sink, Damon turned to him. "I was thinking we could go for a walk around the neighborhood." "Am I supposed to walk that much?" "Your paperwork says walking is good for you. I don't think they'd want you running a marathon, but lucky for us, there are no races on the roads today." Not even a tiny smile. "What do you say? Then we can chill out and play video games afterward." Xander shrugged. This might be harder than Damon thought, but that didn't mean it would be impossible. "Great. I'll grab some water bottles and meet you by the door in a few minutes." "Sure." Xander trudged out of the room. Damon sent Zoe a quick update, focusing on Xander's healthy appetite and not mentioning his clipped replies. She sounded happy to hear that. Hopefully, with a few more days, Xander would relax and open up. It was a lot to process, and he seemed like one of those people who needed to think deeply before talking about things. Damon understood that, whether it was a personality thing or a trauma response. Footsteps sounded down the stairs, so Damon grabbed 2 water bottles from the fridge and met Xander at the front door. "Ready?" "I guess." Damon handed him a bottle before stepping outside and locking the door. The sky was partly overcast, so the heat wasn't as bad as he thought. It couldn't be more than 80 degrees. Silence settled between them as they made their way to the sidewalk and down the street. Some neighbors were out, and everyone shared friendly hellos. After they turned down the first block, Damon asked how Xander's stomach was. Fine. Of course it was. If you start to get uncomfortable, let me know. Okay. Damon held back a sigh, then decided to jump in feet first. It must be hard to make sense of what your parents told you. You mean the fact that they've lied to me my whole life? It feels like a betrayal, I'm sure. Xander tilted his head. You're not going to defend them. I don't think they were trying to hurt you, but that's not to say you shouldn't be hurt. What would you know about it? Damon stiffened. Do you know anything about my parents? They're both dead. That's it. Should I know more? Xander's expression softened slightly. Damon considered how much he should say. You don't have to hide anything from me. I'm old enough to understand a lot more than my parents think. I know. This just isn't something I tell many people. Xander's brows arched. It isn't? Damon shook his head. What is it? He took a deep breath, not to drag on the anticipation, but because once he told Xander, there was no turning back. I can handle it, Xander said. And I can keep a secret. I am sure you can. Damon turned his attention to the pine trees in the distance. Their deep green against the bright blue sky was one of his favorite sights. He cleared his throat before turning his attention back to the conversation. My father killed people. A lot of them. Xander's expression was unreadable. It was a huge shock to find that out, and I was older than you. All I knew before that was that he wasn't a nice person. I tried to avoid being home when he was as much as possible. Luckily, he traveled a lot for work, and I was busy with school. But I couldn't avoid him all the time. When did he go to jail? I was in high school, and since my mom wasn't around, I had to go into foster care. It was a lot to deal with, and all I wanted was to go back home and be by myself. Eventually, I found a family who was cool with that, as long as I checked in with them. Xander blinked a few times. What's it like having a dad who's in jail? It was really complicated. Still is, actually. Did you ever visit him? I didn't want anything to do with him. Even though he was your dad? He was cruel and sadistic. I didn't want any kind of relationship with him at all. If he was still alive, I still wouldn't have any contact. He killed my mom. There's no forgiving that. Xander's eyes widened. Is that what my dad tried to do to my mom? Damon nodded. But she survived. And now she has you and your sister. So I shouldn't want anything to do with my dad. Nobody can tell you that, but he did try to kill your mom. And that's something you have to come to terms with. If he'd succeeded, neither you nor Lainey would be here. Xander took a deep breath. Am I going to be like him? Not if you don't want to be. I'm nothing like my father, and that's by choice. But what if it's in our blood? Damon stopped walking. Murdering people? Xander nodded. No, definitely not. That's a choice. And not a hard one to make. Plus, you have one thing going for you that I didn't. What's that? You haven't been raised by a monster. Your parents are good people, and they've brought you up right. My mom did that for me when she was alive, and even after she was gone, I held on to the memories. She kept me sane, even after her passing, when my only remaining parent was a psycho. Xander frowned. It's a lot to think about. Just know that your parents want the best for you. Even if your dad isn't related to you, that doesn't change a thing. He's still your dad, and he loves you as much as he would if you shared DNA. But they lied. They wanted to protect you, and they planned on telling you at some point. Except they didn't. Not yet. I'm 13. What were they waiting for? My 18th birthday? Chink, chink. Damon turned toward the noise. They were right next to Mr. Mason's yard. The sounds were coming from behind his fence. Chink. Xander started to say something, but Damon held up his hand. Hold on. I need to check something. He crept across the old man's lawn and peeked over the fence. Mr. Mason was digging a hole in his backyard. Chapter 11. Ariana stepped into the video game room, gave her brother a gentle hug, and sat next to Damon, wrapping her arms around him. It looks like you two are having a good time. We're definitely making progress. Hopefully, by the time your parents come this weekend, I'll have a whole new view on the world. Or at least toward them. Although he was smiling, something in his expression didn't sit right with her. Is something wrong? He motioned for them to move away from Xander. Is he okay? She asked. I need to tell you something about Mr. Mason. Mr. Mason? Xander and I were walking around the neighborhood, talking, when I heard something strange coming from his yard. When I looked over the fence, he was digging a hole in his backyard. The same old widower who needs help with his housework and shopping. Yes. Are you sure it wasn't someone else? Ari asked. He must have hired a gardener. I'm telling you, it was him. That doesn't make any sense. Why would he be digging a hole? Especially when the police are investigating bones found on his property. Did I tell you they aren't his daughters? Damon nodded. That's what worried me. Tell me exactly where he was digging the hole. I'll have Maya look around and see what she finds. He explained the area near the deck where he saw Mr. Mason digging. There must be a reasonable explanation, she said. We can only hope, but given everything we've seen in the neighborhood this year, nothing would surprise me at this point. But Mr. Mason? She asked. He's such a sweet old man. The question is, was he sweet 30 years ago when his daughter and her boyfriend disappeared? Did he have a problem with her being involved in an interracial relationship? It sounds like that might have been an issue. He said other people had been giving them a hard time, and that he and his wife supported Angela and Jeff. Regardless, it isn't up to me to decide anything. I'm not in charge of the case. The police are handling it, and I haven't been hired to investigate anything. I'm not even finished with my training. don't ask me how I've gotten dragged into it this far already. Because we're a magnet for stuff like this, Damon sighed. We moved out here trying to avoid a complicated life, but it still managed to find us. It isn't our concern. I'll let Maya know about what you saw, and then it's out of our hands. We have enough to worry about with Xander without getting dragged into anything else. Plus, I want to get through my online course, and we have that book outline due soon. Suddenly, I'm feeling stressed. A smile tugged on his mouth, letting her know he was teasing. At least in part. I'm going to let Maya know, and that it's off our plate. That's all I'm saying. He rubbed her shoulders. Just don't be surprised if we somehow get dragged in. We kind of already are, but there's no harm in stepping away. Damon kissed her neck. Why don't you swim a few laps first? That always helps you think through things. Good idea. She changed into her suit, went to the pool, and dived in. The water rushed around her, and she pressed through it. The physical exertion felt good, if nothing else. It was hard to think about any of their problems or deadlines, but after her third lap, she felt good about letting Maya know she and Damon weren't going to get involved. The police were already on it. That was more than enough, especially with everything else going on. After she dried off, she found her brother and husband laughing as they played a car racing game. "How's your stomach?" she asked Xander. "Great. Be sure to rest if you start to feel sore or tired." I know. We have ice cream," Damon said. "Lots of it, but only if you take care of yourself. If it starts to get sore, we need to rest right away." Ariana mouthed, "Thank you," to him before heading inside and calling Maya. "What's up?" Maya answered. "I have something to tell you about your boss." "You have my attention." "It might be nothing," Ariana said. "Let me be the judge of that. Spill it." She filled Maya in as she made her way upstairs to her bedroom. "Damon's sure he saw Mr. Mason shoveling?" Maya sounded doubtful. "I didn't believe it either, but he swears that's what he saw." She explained the area where Damon said he saw it. "That's so weird. What would he be burying? Or unearthing?" Ariana pointed out. "The mystery thickens. I'm not due back at his house until tomorrow morning, but maybe I can think of an excuse to check on him tonight. That way I can look around the yard and see if I can find any disturbed dirt. Want to join me?" "I'm going to sit this one out." "You sure?" Maya asked. "We make a pretty good team." "About that. I don't like the sound of where this is going. As much as I'd like to help you with this, I don't think it's the best thing." "What do you mean?" Maya asked. "You're a PI." "I'm studying to become one. It's a long process, and I'm not there yet." "It's good practice." "Between my brother's drama and all my work deadlines, I don't think it's a good idea that I get involved with this. I'm sure the police will be able to figure it out. It isn't like I can identify those bones." "Can I at least ask your opinion? I don't know what I'm doing, but something is obviously going on with Mr. Mason. Now that Damon saw him digging, I have to find out more. I'd be happy to let you know what I think, but that's as involved as I should get with everything else I have going on." "I get it. I'll let you know if I find anything in his yard tomorrow." "Perfect." Relief flooded Ariana. She thought for sure Maya would be more upset about this. Maybe Olivia can help too. Have you told her anything about what's going on? Obviously, we're twins, and she works next door. I'll have her bring the kids over. Mr. Mason is like their bonus grandpa. My sis and I can snoop together. Now that sounds like a plan. Let me know how it goes. They said goodbye, and she breathed a sigh of relief. The neighborhood's newest mystery was out of her hands now. It was time to focus on her brother and her job. Mom texted her about Xander, and they went back and forth a few times before Ariana got in the shower and then checked her online class. The aromas of spiced meat wafted up and made her mouth water. The class could wait. She hurried downstairs to find Damon and Xander laughing at the television. The delicious smells were even stronger down here. "What's cooking?" she asked, sitting next to Damon. "I tossed some steaks and potatoes on the grill." She kissed him. "You're the best." And to her brother, "Your stomach didn't start to hurt, did it?" "Nope, but I am starving." "You'll never stay hungry for long here," she chuckled. Ding dong. Ariana leaped up. "I'll get that." She checked her phone to see who was at the door. It was a police officer. Her heart sank. What could she possibly want? Ari answered with a confident smile. "How can I help you, officer?" The officer gave her a quick nod. "I have a quick question. It's probably a long shot." A long shot sounded good. "What is it?" "Do you happen to know the previous owners of your home, the Marins?" That was where she'd heard the name before. Had Jeff lived in her old house? "We never met them," Ariana said, trying to keep her voice steady. "Everything was done through the realtors. Why do you ask?" "We just have some questions for anyone who knew them, so we are canvassing all the houses in this neighborhood." Ariana leaned against the doorframe. "Does this have anything to do with the bones found in Mr. Mason's barn?" "You know about those." She cleared her throat. "I mean, that's an active investigation. I can't discuss it with you. Thank you for your time." The officer turned and hurried to her cruiser. Ari watched her in disbelief. The bones found on Mr. Mason's property were connected to her house. She and Damon really couldn't escape this case. Chapter 12. Maya gave her boss a wide smile as she settled him at the couch with his newspaper and coffee. "I'm just going to pick up and see what needs to be done." "Might need to run the dishwasher," he said, opening the paper. "Sounds good." And even better, the old contraption was noisy as a braying donkey, so she could sneak outside to check on any disturbed soil. So far this morning, Mr. Mason had been following her around like a shadow, almost like he knew he'd been caught, and he didn't want her snooping. Or it could just be her imagination. She was too eager to get in the backyard. Everything seemed like an obstacle at this point, and she didn't want to wait until Olivia brought the kids over after lunch. Maya had begged her to bring them over earlier, but they had swim lessons and a kiddie concert at the park. It was just as well. Maya had plenty to do for her boss this morning, including some light shopping and picking up his prescriptions. Hopefully, after she got the dishwasher going, she could sneak outside. She started putting the dishes in the washer, making as much noise as possible. If it was obvious that she was busy in the kitchen, he might not get up to check on her like he'd been doing all morning. Something was definitely going on with him. There was no doubt about that. Was he onto her? Did he know she was trying to run her own investigation? Or was he really trying to hide something and worried she might find it? It was so hard to imagine him having anything serious to hide, but she had found bones on his property. While it was immensely unlikely he had anything to do with them, there was always the chance. She hated thinking about him like that, but she wouldn't be a good investigator if she didn't consider every option, no matter how unlikely it appeared. Once the dishwasher was going, she peeked into the living room. Mr. Mason was relaxing on the couch, one leg folded over the other, and the newspaper in front of his face. This was her opportunity. She tiptoed toward the sliding glass door. Not that she needed to try being quiet with the dishwasher clattering away. The door stuck a little, but any sounds it made were covered by the dishwasher. She looked around again, not seeing her boss, and slid outside, closing the door behind her. A quick scan of the yard showed she was alone, other than some birds and squirrels. She crept down the stairs of the deck, finding them too squeaky. But there was no way Mr. Mason would be able to hear them from inside. Maya held her breath until her feet made contact with the grass. She went to the area where Damon saw her boss digging the day before. Digging. It was almost laughable. But if he was that serious about hiding something, he could probably find the energy. Mr. Mason had seemed to be moving a little slower this morning. That fit with him exerting himself the day before. She stopped and looked around. There were a lot of ferns in the area, most of them bushy and lush, covering the soil. No grass had been disturbed. Maya glanced around again, paying special attention to the deck and the windows. Nothing. Her pulse pounded in her ears as she moved the plants around to check the dirt. Everything looked normal. Maybe Damon had misinterpreted what he saw, or he'd looked over the wrong fence. But there were no other elderly neighbors on this block. She glanced back toward the house and checked the last fern. The soil looked different, like someone had been digging and then smoothed it over. There was no time to do any digging. Not now. She had too much work to do today. Maya snapped a few pictures of the ground before rushing inside, grabbing a potted plant on the way. Mr. Mason stood in the doorway of the kitchen. "What were you doing outside?" Her breath caught in her throat. She held up the plant. "This looked dry. I wanted to give it some water before it gets too hot. Today's supposed to be a scorcher." He didn't respond. She made a show of running the plant under the faucet and taking it back outside. When she returned, she faked a huge smile. "Is there anything else you need me to pick up at the store?" Mr. Mason limped over to the fridge and looked at the handwritten list stuck to the magnet. "See if the apple juice is on sale." "You only want me to get it if it's on sale?" "Correct." She grabbed the paper and made a note of it. "Anything else?" "That should do it." "Do you want me to do anything else for you before I leave?" He shook his head. "I'm going to take a quick nap while you're gone. My bones are extra tired today." "Should I look for some ibuprofen?" "No, I have plenty. I'll see you in a little while." He scooted away, one of his feet dragging on the ground. Maya watched until he was out of sight. He was having a harder time getting around than usual. That fit with the digging story. But what was he doing outside? Hiding something? Or removing it? She needed to get to the bottom of this, and quickly. Chapter 13. Ariana rang Rita's doorbell, and her friend opened the door a moment later. She welcomed them in with a wide smile and open arms. Inside, upbeat music played, and the dining room table was filled with tamales, tacos, nachos, and other Mexican finger foods. She'd clearly had her bar and grill cater tonight's dinner. "Help yourself," Rita said. "We aren't going to sit and have a formal meal. Mingle and have fun. Desserts will come a little later." Xander's eyes widened. "This looks like a buffet at a restaurant." "That's because she owns one," Damon said. "And the food is delicious. Dig in." The hungry teen didn't need to be told twice. Ari shared an amused glance with Damon before they too filled their own plates. They mingled, talking with friends and enjoying the good food. The doorbell rang. "Grayson's here!" Rita beamed and ran over to the entryway. Xander's eyes lit up. "Is he bringing his kids?" "As far as I know," Ariana said. Her brother hurried after Rita and returned talking excitedly with Grayson's oldest. At least he had someone to be friends with while here. The rest of their friend group didn't have any kids, much less anyone old enough for Xander to find interesting. Rita came over with Grayson, her arms wrapped around one of his. "You met Ariana, right?" He gave her the charming smile that had won him so many fans on his show. "Yes, we had the pleasure to meet at your house. And your dad is on the police force." "Right. You have a good memory." "I have to in my line of work." Rita leaned against Ariana. "Ari is one of my best friends. She and Damon were there for me through my entire ordeal with Boone." Grayson grinned again. "I'm so glad you had such good people to take care of you." "It wasn't just us," Ariana clarified. "Leah and Charles were a big help, too." "Not the twins?" Grayson asked. "We met them later," Rita said. "But now they're close friends also. Grab some food and get to know everyone. We're all going to be spending a lot of time together now." "I look forward to it." He shook Ariana's hand. "We'll talk after I get my two youngest some food." "Sounds like a plan." Rita leaned her head against Ari's and sighed. "Isn't he the greatest? He's such an attentive dad. He's eager to know my friend group, and we get along so well. I can hardly believe my luck. He almost seems too good to be true. That doesn't worry you at all?" "I'm not going to question a good thing, especially one that looks like that. And after all the heartbreak I've had to deal with recently, Grayson is just what I needed." She rested her hand on her rounded belly. The shape was only noticeable when she pressed on it. "Just what my baby and I need." "And he knows about the—" Ari searched for the right word. "History?" "Nobody's life is perfect, and he gets that more than anyone. He and his ex were high school sweethearts, but things were a struggle from the beginning. He thought they'd make the best of it, but then after her third round of postpartum depression, she ended up addicted to drugs. Now she lives on the street and hasn't seen him or the kids in years. Isn't that the saddest story? She hasn't wanted anything to do with her kids? Nothing. She's so strung out, all she can think about is her next hit. Grayson put her in rehab twice, but it never took. He had to cut his losses and think about what was best for the kids. They're divorced, and he'll still help her if she ever asks for any. But he's moving forward with his life and wants to give his kids a real family experience. What could be better than a new mom and a baby brother or sister? Even though the baby isn't his? His three aren't mine, but we can still be a family. "Do you want more kids?" Ari asked. "Of your own?" "We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Although, I have to say, if my morning sickness keeps up like it has been, I'll be happy to never go through this again. And besides, his three need a mother figure. This is going to be so much better than being a single mom." Ariana had her doubts, but she gave Rita a big hug. "I'm glad you're happy. Just don't jump into anything too fast, okay? You've been through a lot this year. It might help to have time to focus on yourself for a while." "What do you think I've been doing for the last few months? I'm tired of myself. I love spending time with Grayson and the kids. It's exactly what I've wished for. We both fit what the other needs. It's perfect." "I hope so." "It is." Rita waved to Leah. "Go talk to Grayson. I just know you'll adore him if you give him a chance." "I'm sure I will." There was no doubt that he was a likable, charismatic guy. That was how he had become such a popular news figure. But was he really what was best for Rita? It sounded like he had a lot on his plate with his kids and ex. Would he expect Rita to stop working and take care of his kids? Or was she already planning on cutting back on her hours when her baby came? It wasn't something she'd even asked about, although it was still a long way off. Rita had time to figure that out. Maybe that was why she had been training new employees the other day, to prepare her staff to run everything without her for a few months, or even longer. Grayson knelt and spoke with his youngest, looking directly into the little boy's eyes and nodding attentively. Though she'd hardly spent enough time around him to make a sound judgment, so far it did seem like he was a genuinely caring person. Hopefully that was the case. Rita had already experienced enough pain and heartache to last 5 lifetimes. She headed in his direction to talk with him, but someone grabbed her arm. It was Maya. "You were right." "About?" "The digging, of course." "What'd you find?" "Smoothed over dirt, right where Damon said Mr. Mason was digging." "Did you find what was under there?" Maya shook her head no. "He was watching me like a hawk all day, even when Olivia brought over the kids. It's like he knows I'm onto him. But I'm determined to find out more. I just have to figure out how to distract him tomorrow while I'm at work." Chapter 14. Maya stared at the house in front of her. Usually she enjoyed starting each day. Helping Mr. Mason made her feel like she was actually making a difference and doing some good with her life. But today the house looked ominous, and her stomach knotted. "It's just another day," she mumbled to herself. Except it wasn't. She was either going to poke around in places she didn't belong and dig a hole in the backyard to see what her elderly boss had put there, or she was going to be disappointed if he had taken something out and she found nothing. Either way, she needed answers. He wasn't being forthcoming, so she had to take matters into her own hands. But that would have to wait. Before she even stepped foot on the walkway, a police cruiser pulled up. This was going to put a damper on things. Starting the day like this would put Mr. Mason on edge. It would be even harder for him to open up. Unless she was able to ask the right questions while the cops talked to get some useful information from her boss. It would be tricky. One of the officers got out of the car. "Are you Mr. Mason's aide?" "Yes." She forced a smile. "Can I help you?" "We have a couple questions for him." "I haven't spoken to him yet today, but I can see if he wants to talk. It'll only take a minute." And a minute would be all it would take to sour his mood for the entire day. "I'll let him know." She started up the walkway. They followed. She gave herself a mental pep talk. This wouldn't be the end of the world. In fact, if the talk with the police didn't go too badly, it might open him up to share what he knew once they left. After she unlocked the door, she slipped in and turned to the officers. "I'll let him know you're here. Please wait just a moment." Maya hurriedly closed the door, not giving them a chance to barge in. Maybe she could talk with her boss real quick before the police ruined both of their days. "Mr. Mason," she called, keeping her tone light. "In here," he said from the living room. He sat on the couch, sipping from a coffee mug and watching the morning news. "How did you sleep?" She gave him a bright smile. "Not as well as I'd have liked, unfortunately." "I'm sorry. Do you want me to ask the pharmacist about—" "It had nothing to do with my prescriptions." His eyes darted about. "What then?" "I kept hearing things." Maya straightened her back and looked around. "Inside or out?" "Probably just neighbors out front, but my mind was getting the better of me. I guess with all the police activity lately, it's got me thinking about Angela again. Sometimes it feels like it all happened just yesterday." She rested a hand on his shoulder. "I'm so sorry. I can't even imagine what that must be like." "It never leaves you. Not something like that." "I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it turns out the police want to talk to you. They're outside waiting. But if you're too upset, I can send them away." He blinked a few times. "They're here? Now?" "They pulled up just as I was getting here. Do you want me to tell them you're not feeling up to it right now?" "No. Invite them into the kitchen. I'll be there in a minute. Help me up?" "Of course." She gave him her hand, and as soon as he left the room, she returned to the front door and welcomed the cops in. "He had a rough night, but he's happy to talk to you. Follow me." "What do you mean by rough night?" asked the woman. She had a tight bun and an even tighter expression. "He said he didn't sleep well. Some neighbors were being noisy from the sounds of it." The two officers exchanged a glance. Interesting. As much as Maya would love to know what they were thinking, she had enough of her own concerns. "Were there any other problems last night?" asked the guy. "Doesn't sound like it," Maya said. "He hasn't been sleeping well since you guys brought up his daughter's disappearance." "Weren't you the one who found the bones?" The guy looked directly at her. "Yes, but those didn't belong to her." "How did you find those again?" "They fell out of a box." She turned to a cabinet and pulled out some fancy floral teacups. "Would you like some coffee or tea?" They declined. "Where did you say Mr. Mason is?" asked the woman. "He'll be here soon." "Water?" They didn't want that either. "I'm going to have some tea." She made herself some spiced orange tea and breathed it in deeply as soon as it started steeping. Mr. Mason shuffled in, his slippers dragging across the floor. He greeted the officers and sat down across from them. Maya opened the dishwasher and unloaded some glasses. "Do you have any news?" Mr. Mason asked. "Yes. May we speak with your aide present?" "I trust her fully." Guilt stung for snooping. Not that she'd stop. He was definitely hiding something. "We discovered that the bones found in your old barn most likely belonged to Angela's boyfriend, though we would need DNA to be sure. We believe the remains were placed there more recently, because a body has to decompose completely before its bones would be able to fit into the box. And that takes years. How often do you go into the barn, Mr. Mason?" "I haven't been there in at least 10 years. There are too many things for me to trip over. Have you located Jeff's family? Yes, we've tracked them down and let them know. They're devastated, but grateful for answers. They stayed in the neighborhood a long time in case he ever returned. Mr. Mason sipped his coffee. Do you have anything else you need to tell me? The woman leaned over the table. Is there anything else about their disappearance that you can tell us? Such as? Anything. A high school-aged boy died, possibly on your property. I've always been open about that. As soon as my wife and I realized that Angela was gone, we called the police. We and the Marins always did whatever we could to work with your department. The detectives searched my entire property, the barn included. They found nothing and said the kids ran away. None of us parents ever believed it, but that was the story you went with. Not us, sir. Mr. Mason studied the woman. No. I imagine you weren't even born then. Pink colored her cheeks. We would like to get to the bottom of this. You're dealing with a case 3 decades old. What do you expect to find? A killer. How? It's been so long. Plenty of cold cases are being solved thanks to new technology. We know so much more about DNA now than ever before. Nobody had a clue about touch DNA, and we can retest old evidence. Mr. Mason set his mug down. Touch DNA? It's exactly like it sounds. When someone touches something, they leave traces of DNA. It isn't perfect, because it can be transferred from person to person, but it can point us in new directions that were never considered when your daughter first went missing. He sighed. I don't know what you think you'll find, but if you need my permission, you have it. Thank you. Do you have any ideas about who might have wanted to harm Angela or Jeffrey? Maya slipped out of the kitchen and took a deep breath. This might be her only chance to look around unnoticed while the cops questioned Mr. Mason. Going outside to dig the hole wouldn't work. She couldn't get down by the ferns without them seeing her. But she could poke around inside. Maya? Mr. Mason called. Her heart sank. So much for looking around. She returned to the kitchen and forced a big smile. Can I help you? Would you mind going up to the attic? There's a stack of boxes labeled with Angela's name, and I need the one marked with a big red X. A big red X? She repeated. He nodded. I always keep items in there that I thought might come in handy one day. Glad to help. She spun around and headed upstairs. This was better than she could have hoped. She'd never even been to the attic. Who knew what she would find there? Chapter 15. Maya sneezed again. The attic was so dusty, but it was the perfect place to snoop with all the boxes stacked everywhere. Mr. Mason and his wife had saved and labeled everything. Most interestingly was a stack of boxes on top of a locked trunk. They were written in his handwriting and simply labeled business. It sounded boring enough, but he hadn't said anything about what he'd done for work, and every time she'd asked, he'd changed the subject. It would only take a few minutes to look around and get answers. Enough time to make it look like she had only spent her time trying to find the box Mr. Mason asked her to bring down. She peeked out the door. Still alone, and the 3 voices drifted from downstairs. Her breath hitched as she crept back to the business boxes. They were stacked as neatly as they were written. "What secrets have you been keeping, Mr. Mason?" she whispered, as she picked up the top box and set it on the ground. Taped shut. She'd have to find a way to not only open it, but also reseal without looking like it had been touched. Maybe there was another one that would be easier to get into. She pulled the others off, finding the same careful tape jobs on each, until she got to the one at the very bottom. No tape, only closed by having the flaps tucked under each other. It would open easily and be just as simple to close again. "Maya?" Mr. Mason called. She jolted, nearly dropping the box. "Are you having trouble finding it? The whole stack should be close to the window." "Oh, I see it now. Be right down." "Do you need any help?" he asked. "No, I don't want you to have to bother with the narrow stairs. I've got it." Her heart thundered against her ribcage as she replaced the business boxes and quickly grabbed the box she'd been sent to find. She set the box on the kitchen table, and dust flew out in all directions. The male cop sneezed. "My apologies," Mr. Mason said. "I've hardly had any reason to go up to the attic since my wife and I started keeping the holiday decorations down here a few years ago." "It's no problem." The officer sneezed again. Mr. Mason rose from his chair and pulled open the box. "These are the items we tried to give the police when Angela disappeared, but they wouldn't take them. I'm not sure what, if any of it, could be helpful after all these years. But these are the things she never would have left without. Her retainer, for example. And that book about interracial relationships wasn't a message. She was reading it to get help she couldn't find anywhere else." "Are you okay with us taking this?" asked the woman. "We'll return the items after we have a chance to look through it and check anything that might be useful." "Do what you need to do. It isn't as though anyone has been using any of that stuff." "We want to find who's behind the murder of Jeffrey." "And Angela. Don't forget her." "Never. But we still have hope that she may be alive." "Even after all these years?" he asked. "We haven't found any evidence of her demise. Your daughter could still be out there somewhere." "I'm too old and have experienced too much heartache to hold out hope. When you've lived through the things I have, you see the world from an entirely different angle. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get some rest." "Yes, of course." Both officers rose, taking the box with them. Maya saw them to the door before returning to her boss. "Are you okay? That was a lot to take in." "It wasn't. I already knew the bones belonged to Jeff once they told me the bones were male." "Can I do anything?" He drew in a long, deep breath. "I really need to get some rest, especially after the night I had." "Do you want me to make some breakfast first?" "No, but it would be great to have some lunch ready when I get up." "Then I'll get something in the oven. Are you in the mood for anything in particular?" "Surprise me." He trudged out of the room. Maya dug around in the freezer in the garage for some pre-made meals. His wife had made enough to last until the end of the world. It made Maya's job easier, not having to worry about cooking dinners for him. Most of the time, he preferred sandwiches. But when he didn't ask for them, Maya turned to the garage freezer. Once the oven warmed, she stuck the food in and tiptoed up the stairs. She held her breath as she crept along the hall and listened for her boss. Silence. She made her way down the long hallway, passing the home office, a workout room that was nearly as unused as the attic, bedrooms frozen in time from their daughters, and finally to the master bedroom. The bed was still made. Where had Mr. Mason gone? Did he decide to go somewhere else? Or maybe he hadn't meant he wanted to sleep. There were plenty of other ways to rest. But where would her boss have wanted to go after the police came and took his daughter's things? To her room? Maya pressed herself against the wall and inched towards Angela's old room. She'd peeked in a few times out of curiosity, but had never stepped inside. It was like a time capsule for an early 90s teenage girl room. White Keds sat next to the bed, and various items of clothing, flannel shirts and jean jackets, were spread across the dresser and the desk chair. Nirvana and Luke Perry posters decorated the walls. She waited outside, listening. No noise. Maya pressed her ear against the door. Still nothing. She tapped on the door, then again. Waited a few beats, opened the door. It was exactly as it had been the last time she looked inside. She closed the door. Mr. Mason? Nothing. Her heart nearly exploded out of her chest as she crept along. Every room was empty. He wasn't anywhere. She peeked outside some of the windows. He wasn't outside either. Mr. Mason, are you okay? Maya went back to the attic and climbed the stairs, stood in the doorway and looked in. The boxes on the trunk were on the floor, and the trunk itself was open. He'd somehow managed the narrow steps. Mr. Mason? Silence. A chill ran down her back. She looked around before tiptoeing inside. Are you in here? The trunk was a disappointment, filled with envelopes, tons of them. Maya picked up a stack of manila envelopes tied together. They were addressed to her boss, but that wasn't what took her breath away. They were all stamped with the words private and official government documents. What was her boss hiding? Chapter 16. Ariana closed her laptop and stretched her neck, rose from the chair and stretched her arms and legs. Sitting at her computer for a long time always made her joints stiff, and it seemed twice as bad when she was watching her classes. At least they were all recorded, and she could watch them at her leisure, stopping whenever she needed. Though lately it seemed she did more stopping than starting. But today was her day to get caught up. Damon had taken Xander fishing. He was going to teach him how to gut and cook their catches as well, which would be their dinner tonight, assuming all went well on their outing. Her brother was perking up more each day, and at breakfast he was talking a mile a minute and even had a bounce to his step. He was getting better not only physically, but mentally. Hopefully, by the weekend, he'd be glad to see their parents when they came to pick him up. Ari hadn't brought up the topic with him, but Damon said they were having good talks, connecting over their shared experiences of having criminal biological dads. What a thing to bring them together. But she was glad Xander had him to talk to, and even happier that Damon was so eager to help him. He really did love her family as if they were his own. Ding dong. She held back a groan. Hopefully it was just a delivery. The last thing she needed today was anything to distract her from her studies. Her thoughts were enough of a problem. All morning she'd been finding her mind wandering, and then having to rewind the lecture to listen again. The doorbell app showed Maya. Ding dong. Ari turned on the mic and spoke. I'll be right down. Hurry! She turned off the app and went downstairs, opening the door for her friend. Is everything okay? Maya stepped inside. You aren't going to believe this. What? She breathed heavily, like she was trying to catch her breath. Did you dig up the hole where Damon saw Mr. Mason? No, but I found something else. Something I'm sure is related to his daughter's disappearance and the bones I found. Ariana closed the door. It was midday and the outside air blowing in was hot. Don't just stand there. Tell me what you found. I think he was a government operative. Ari choked on air. Mr. Mason? Yes. He had a bunch of letters locked away in a trunk. Maya pulled out her phone and showed pictures of what looked like old government envelopes. What makes you think he was an operative? These could be letters about Angela's disappearance. Private letters? Official government documents? I'm no expert, but I'm pretty sure parents of missing kids don't get piles of those. I listen to true crime podcasts too, and I've never heard about that. Have you? No, Ariana admitted. But have you asked him about them? He was napping, so I couldn't. There has to be a logical explanation. Come with me when I ask him. I have to study. Maya frowned. You won't help me? Not if I want to become a private investigator anytime soon. You wouldn't believe how many things keep popping up, making it so I can't study. Sorry. She continued to breathe heavily. I'm not trying to blame you. Come on, let's get some water. Ariana placed 2 ice-cold glasses on the kitchen table and sat across from her friend. How did you find those letters if they were locked in a trunk? Maya gulped down her glass before Ariana even took a sip of hers. Mr. Mason went up to the attic and opened it. He didn't close it, so I looked around. You were snooping in his attic? I couldn't find him after the police left. The trunk was locked before, so of course I had a look. The police were there? What did they want? What else aren't you telling me? Maya filled her in. Ariana wrung her hands together. This might be getting out of hand. Seriously? Maya's eyes widened. It's one thing to ask questions and look around, but something else entirely to go through his mail. That's illegal. You're the one who encouraged me to figure out why he was digging. That isn't a federal offense. Maya sighed. You're a lot less fun since you started taking those classes. There are a lot of legal parameters to consider, and I don't want to get myself into trouble before I even have the chance to get licensed as an investigator. Or... Maya paused dramatically. This could be your big opportunity. Meaning? Your chance to build rapport with the local police. They're already involved with the case, and if they see you taking initiative, trying to take over their case isn't taking initiative. If anything, I'll annoy them. They'll never want to work with me after that. Maya frowned. Will you at least come with me while I question Mr. Mason? Ariana got her more water. How about I help you come up with some questions you can ask him? You won't go with me? I'll help you prepare, but I really need to study. If I keep taking breaks for every little thing, this house is going to need a new roof before I get my license. And like I said, I don't want to do anything that will put that at risk. Asking an old man some questions would be more like practice than breaking a law. It isn't like I'm asking you to read whatever's in those envelopes. Honestly, I have a hard time believing those papers have anything to do with the bones or his daughter. Why would he hide something that could help find her? Because he's already sure she won't be found? Maya lifted her brows. If he was an operative and his work had something to do with what happened, he knows more than he's ever admitted. Or maybe whatever's in those envelopes has nothing to do with any of this. That's far more likely. Do you really believe that? Maya asked. I'd say it's far more probable. Then why would Mr. Mason open the trunk today, right after the police came and confirmed that the bones belonged to his daughter's boyfriend? Ariana could hardly argue that point. That does point to it possibly being related. Does he go into the attic often? Not in all the time I've worked for him, which is only a few months. Right, but he never even sent me in until today. Plus, you should have seen the dust. No one had been up there for years. It's connected. Maybe you should talk to the police about this, Ariana said. There isn't anything I can do. You can offer moral support for me and help me pressure him. If there are two of us asking questions, it'll make it harder for him to put us off. And if he's a trained operative like you believe, wouldn't he be skilled in how to keep quiet? He probably knows how to keep secrets even when being tortured, if he's had that kind of a background. Do CIA agents get tortured on the regular? Maya tilted her head. I wouldn't know, but I'm sure they have techniques for dealing with those types of situations. What makes you say he's CIA? Maya's shoulders slumped. I have no idea what agency he worked for. It could be any one of them. Don't you think the police would know about it? A secret agency? Maya shook her head. No way. A small-town police department wouldn't know anything. Guaranteed. This would all be way above their pay grades. Maybe. Definitely. Please, Ari, will you help me out? This is too much. Will you take an hour out of your busy day to help me with this? I'm in way over my head. Ariana tried to say no, but could hardly turn down her friend when she looked so dejected. 1 hour. As soon as the time's up, I have to come back home and work on my class. Maya grinned. Deal. We're going to get to the bottom of this. She wasn't so sure, but at least in an hour's time, she'd be able to get back to her coursework. Chapter 17. Then. Angela struggled to gasp in air. She didn't dare look back, but the footsteps still thundered behind her. Hopefully Dad hadn't gotten around to fixing the loose boards in the fence. If she could get through those, she stood a chance of escaping. If not, then she'd likely face the same fate as Jeff. Tears blurred her vision, remembering the pool of blood. It didn't seem real. Jeff couldn't be dead. But he was. There was no way he'd survived that. And she didn't have time to think about it. She would cry over his loss later, after she managed to survive. He would want her to get away. She'd want that for him if their roles were reversed. She glanced back over her shoulder. The moonlight revealed 2 men behind her. Angela raced toward a group of trees. Luckily, this was a large yard, and she knew it better than they did. She'd spent her entire childhood playing back here with her sister. Even if there hadn't been what scant moonlight there was, she could have gotten around in total darkness. She had that advantage. Barely. Her shoulder hit a tree as she ran between them. More than anything, she wanted to stop and lean against one to catch her breath. There was no time. Not if she wanted to live through this. The footsteps got louder, and the men spoke in hushed tones. She pressed forward. The fence was almost in sight, just needed to round the corner. The other side of the house had plenty of trees and bushes. Cover. Exactly what she needed. Then she would reach the loose boards. Being short and just under 100 pounds, she would be able to squeeze through. Not as easily as when she was a kid, but she would still clear it. Her pursuers would have a harder time. Might not even be able to make it. Angela prayed they wouldn't. She went around the house and pressed herself against it to get by the thick bushes. Ducked low so she would be harder to see. Pressed her palm on the fence. Felt around for the loose boards. Voices. They were asking where she went. Holding her breath, she pressed firmly on the board with the big knot. Squeak! She froze. Over there! Angela pressed as hard as she could. The board pushed out. She squeezed through the tight space. Rough wood scraped her face, pulled on her hair, but she made it through the gap. She'd done it. But this was far from over. The board popped out. A hand grasped it. Angela swallowed a scream. She glanced at her house. The place she'd grown up. Had so many happy memories. She held the image in her mind. Pulled her attention away. Turned her back toward it. Ran. Her sneakers pounded on the concrete sidewalk. She headed away from the neighbor's main entrance. That's where the killers would expect her to go. No, she knew another way out. One they wouldn't be aware of. Only residents knew about it, and only a few at that. Mostly the teenagers who needed to sneak out unnoticed. She glanced back. One man leaped over her fence from the backyard. The other quickly followed. Angela darted into the nearest yard, pressed herself against a large oak tree, tried to take measured breaths. Could hardly gulp in enough air. She glanced toward the road, only looking out with one eye. The men raced in the opposite direction, just as she'd expected. She'd been right. It had paid off. So far. She wasn't safe yet. If only she could return home. But if she did, those men would come back and kill her parents and sister just like they'd done to Jeff. She had no doubt they meant every word. The best thing for everyone would be for her to leave. Start a new life. Never see them again. Whatever it would take to keep them alive. She'd already lost the love of her life. Losing her entire family would be too much. More than she could survive. They would understand. If they knew her choices. She waited a few moments before inching away from the cover of the tree. The men were nowhere to be seen. That didn't mean they wouldn't return. Angela needed to leave now. It was the only way to save herself and her family. Sobs choked her as she ran toward the back of the neighborhood, looking back every few seconds until she reached the small playground. She was still alone. Tears blurred her vision, ran down her face. She wiped them away as she pressed herself in the tight space between the fence and the thick pricker bushes. More scrapes. She barely noticed the burning. It was nothing compared to what Jeff suffered. The broken boards were easy to find. Easier to squeeze through than the loose ones back home. Teens went through this space all the time. She stumbled out the other side, pressed herself against the fence, gasped for air, glanced around as she wiped more tears away, half expected to see the men waiting for her. They weren't. Nobody was in sight. She broke into a run again. Her muscles burned, her lungs ached, her heart shattered. But none of it mattered, not if she didn't get away. Somehow she would have to find a new place to live where nobody would recognize her, make an entirely new life for herself from scratch, with no resources. It was that or die. And dying wasn't an option. Chapter 18. Now. Ariana's heart leaped into her throat as she followed Maya up Mr. Mason's walkway. Hopefully, this wasn't a mistake. Getting into trouble before she had the chance to get her license would ruin everything. What if the old man got mad and reported them to the police? She stopped walking. Maya turned to her. "What are you doing?" "I'm having second thoughts." "No, you promised you'd help me. And I want to, but I also want to become a private investigator. If I'm found to be doing questionable things before I even get started..." "You won't. I'll take the fall if anything goes wrong. You just happen to be here when I'm asking questions." "I just happen to be here when you're working?" "Sure. We're friends. Olivia comes by with the kids she nannies all the time." "What's my excuse?" "Moral support?" Ariana released a deep breath. "Let's just do this. I gave you my word. And I'm giving you mine. You won't get in trouble for anything." She had her doubts, but she motioned for Maya to keep going. The minutes are ticking by. Maya unlocked the door and stepped inside. "Mr. Mason, are you awake?" "I'm in my study." "Come on," Maya whispered. She closed the door behind them and called out, "My friend Ariana is here again. She wanted to see how you're holding up." Shuffling noises sounded, and Mr. Mason rounded the corner. He gave them a tired smile. "Good to see you again, Ariana. How are you?" "I'm fine. How are you doing with everything that's happened?" "It's a lot to take in." "I'm sure it is. I can't imagine the shock of finding out that someone you knew was found dead." Mr. Mason nodded. "Yes, but I can hardly be surprised after he was missing for so long. After 30 years, you have to expect that was the end result." "But to find his bones have been on your property all this time." "That we don't know." Ariana gave him a double take. "We don't?" "They could have been planted there at any time along the way." "It's possible, I guess, but I don't want to keep talking about this if it's upsetting you." Maya threw her an annoyed glance. "It's fine," he said. "After all these years, it's a relief to have some answers, even if it doesn't explain everything." "You never knew anything before this?" Maya asked. "How would I have?" Ariana cleared her throat. "Should we have a seat? You look tired, Mr. Mason." "I suppose I am. Yes, let's have some tea." Maya prepared the drinks and threw Ariana a glance. Ari took a deep breath, trying to figure out what the best angle was. "This is such a nice house," she said. "It's the biggest in the neighborhood, isn't it?" "Yes, it was here before any of the other houses." "How did you end up here?" Ariana asked. "Was it passed down by your parents, or did you have a career that afforded you such a nice place to live? If you don't mind me asking." Maya gave her a grateful glance as she set a cup of tea in front of her boss. "I don't mind," he said. "My grandfather built the house and the barn when all the land in the neighborhood belonged to him. That's when my father inherited it. Times were tough, and he sold off acres bit by bit until we ended up with what we have now. I've had people make offers to buy part of what's left. I refuse to budge." "That's a fascinating story," Ariana said. "Out of curiosity, what did you do for work? I can't remember if you told me." "Not sure I mentioned it." He sipped his tea. Maya slid a cup in front of Ari and sat with her own drink. "I don't think I know either. I'd love to hear about it." He didn't respond other than to continue sipping. Ariana exchanged a doubtful glance with Maya. It wasn't like he was going to suddenly admit to having been a secret government agent. He'd probably never even told his wife about it. Why would he start talking now? Maya cleared her throat. "When I was up in the attic earlier, I found some envelopes that were marked as official government documents. Did those have anything to do with your job?" His eyes widened, and the cup shook in his hands. He set it on the table. You saw those?" "They were sitting in a trunk. I didn't go through anything. You don't have to worry about that. It's just that I noticed them, and now that we're talking about your job, it seems to fit. Or am I coming out of left field?" Mr. Mason licked his lips and looked around the room. He slowly turned and made eye contact with Maya and Ariana before releasing a long breath. "I did work for the government, though I can't discuss much about that." "What can you tell us?" Maya asked, squeezing the table. "So that it can help us figure out what happened to your daughter," Ariana said. He frowned. "She had to have suffered the same fate as Jeff. They both disappeared at the same time." "You don't think she could still be alive?" Ari asked. "It was only his bones that were found. Was there ever any evidence of her being discovered?" "No, but—" His voice trailed off. "Never mind." "What is it?" Maya asked. "We want to help." "Nobody's ever been able to help solve this. What makes you think an old man's aide and her friend can solve this?" Maya sat up straight. "Ariana's a private investigator." He stared at her. "I'm studying to become one," Ari clarified. "But your daughter's case does fit with the other work I've been doing with my husband." "Which is what?" he asked. "We teach teens and women personal safety to try and prevent them from coming to harm. Damon and I were both abducted in our younger years, so we really want to help others avoid that for themselves. You could say it's our mission." Mr. Mason grimaced. "That's something I should have taught my girls. Maybe Angela would still be with us." "You don't think there's any chance she is?" Maya asked. "Alive somewhere?" "No, I'm sure of it." He rose and hurried from the room. Chapter 19. Ariana's mind raced as she made her way back home. Mr. Mason was definitely hiding something. That much was clear. He wouldn't even consider the idea that his daughter could be alive, even though there was little evidence pointing to her death. Sure, it seemed likely that something had happened to her, since her boyfriend was just confirmed dead. But there was no proof. unless Mr. Mason was expecting that to come soon. But why now, after so many years? She had been 18 when she disappeared, and now would be 50. Why would a killer wait so long and then start leaving clues around? Or was it nothing more than an accident that Maya had stumbled across Jeff's bones? Had they been sitting in that old barn for decades before she stumbled across them? Were Angela's out there somewhere too? It was frustrating having so many more questions than answers, and the fact that Mr. Mason was being so tight-lipped made it even more so. Why wouldn't he do anything to find out the truth about his daughter? Unless he already knew. Could that be possible? Did he already know what happened to her, but had been keeping the secret all this time? Was he keeping her remains somewhere? Did he know that Jeff's had been in the barn? But if that was the case, why would he have been so careless as to leave them where Maya could discover them? Unless, for some reason, he wanted her to. Maybe he wanted the truth to come out before he passed away and joined his wife. He could be feeling bad that she never knew what happened to their daughter before her stroke. It was possible. Anything could be possible. As she rounded the corner to her street, Rita was stepping out of her car. Ariana waved and made her way over to her friend. "What are you doing home so early?" Rita yawned and pressed her palm against her belly. "I'm going to take a nap." "Is everything okay?" "Yeah. My doctor assured me that the fatigue is normal. The hard part for me is listening to my body. I want to hustle and rest later, but that won't do me or my baby any good." "Can I help you with anything?" "Not unless you want to rub my aching shoulders." "Sure." "Really?" Rita lifted and lowered her shoulders. "I'm not sure why they, of all things, are so out of whack." "Glad to help." Ari followed her inside, plopped on the sofa next to her, and started massaging. Rita lowered her head and moaned lightly. "You should be a masseuse. This feels amazing. I'll stick to what I'm doing. You can come over and do this anytime." Ariana chuckled, and her mind quickly returned to Mr. Mason and what he could be hiding. After Rita scooted away, she gave Ari a curious glance. "You're quiet. Everything okay?" "I keep thinking about Mr. Mason and those bones. Did I tell you his daughter's boyfriend used to live where I do?" Rita shuddered. "It's a good thing you have a brand new house now. No old ghosts or lingering memories." The old home wasn't haunted. "If you say so." "It wasn't. He didn't die there. He lived there. Plus there were those other bones found in your yard." "You don't need to remind me." Ariana rubbed her temples. "But like you said, it's a fresh start now." "Exactly." Rita yawned. "I should let you go so you can get your nap." "You sure you're okay?" "Do I not seem okay?" Ariana asked. "Other than being quiet, you're tense. Despite having just given me the best shoulder massage ever." "Maya has me obsessed with Mr. Mason's mystery. I'm fine." "Don't let it get you when you have so much else to focus on. How's your brother?" "He's getting a little better each day. He and Damon seem to have found common ground, and that appears to be helping. They're fishing now, so hopefully that's giving them ample time to talk." "I'm sure it is. Fishing is boring." "Would you think so if you came over and ate fish for dinner?" Rita looked like she was thinking about it. "Maybe." They both laughed. How's everything going with Grayson? Ari asked. Rita's eyes lit up. So good. The more we learn about each other, the more we find out we have in common. It turns out we grew up near each other, and our dads even wrestled against each other in school. There were a lot of times we could have met because of mutual friends, but we never did. It was fate that we met now, when we were both finally ready to have each other in our lives. Wow, that's crazy. I know, right? And his kids are warming up to me. Even Brayden, who remembers his mom more than the others. Oh, I have to show you the picture Sophia drew me. Rita rushed out of the room and returned with a pink piece of paper. It shows a stick figure drawing of a woman and girl both smiling and holding hands, with a huge heart above them. Wow, that's supposed to be the two of you? Rita held it close and beamed. Yes, she even told her teacher that I'm going to marry her daddy. Ariana lifted her brow. Did he ask you? You think I wouldn't be shouting the news from the rooftops? But I'm so happy that she's accepted me. You always hear those horror stories about kids hating the people their parents are dating. I'm so relieved that hasn't been an issue. Ari gave her a big hug. I'm so happy for you. You deserve a good relationship. Grayson's the best, and so are his kids. I really couldn't ask for more. And they're all even excited about the baby. Rita's grin turned into a yawn. I really should let you go. You need your rest. Keep me updated on your mystery. Will do. Let me know if you need anything at all. They hugged again, and Ariana headed outside. Damon's car was in the driveway. It was time to put the neighbor's decades-old mystery out of her mind and find out how her brother was doing. Their parents would be back in a couple days, and he would need to be ready to go home with them. Not only that, but she needed to get back to focusing on her classes. Between her family and her career, she really didn't have time to worry about any mysteries, no matter how intriguing they were. Her phone buzzed with a text. Maya. There's some guy here, sneaking around. Her heart sank. Ariana. Where? At work? Maya. Yes. He just left the barn. Maya. Where I found the bones. Ariana. Did you call the police? Maya. No. Ariana. What are you doing texting me? Call them. Maya. Okay. Ariana. And get both of you out of there. Maya. On it. Ariana stared at the messages on her screen, hardly able to take it all in. What was the guy doing in the barn? Did it have anything to do with the bones they found? So much for staying out of it. She was in as deep as ever now. Chapter 20. Maya's heart threatened to explode out of her chest as she peeked out the window, trying to remain hidden. Mr. Mason watched through another window, refusing to leave his house. So Maya had to run around, checking that all the doors and windows were locked, as she called 911 and answered all of the operator's questions. Police were on the way, and now she was just waiting to tell the operators that they had arrived. The strange man hadn't left yet. Not that she could tell. Unless he'd managed to leave the barn without one of them noticing. Her boss hadn't left his spot since before she went to make sure everything was locked. She put her phone on mute and turned to Mr. Mason. Did you see the guy at all? No. You don't know anyone who looks like that? She asked. Tall, 60s, weathered face with what looks like a permanent frown? Doesn't ring a bell. We really need to set you up with some cameras around the house. I've been fine this far without any of that newfangled equipment. You really think so? She asked. There were bones in your barn, and now some scary dude is out there doing who knows what. It happens. She gave him a double take. Seriously? Yes. Maya narrowed her eyes, as if that would help her see the man near the barn any better. He was obviously hiding, or had already left. None of this is normal. You do realize that, don't you? He released a slow breath. You'd be surprised. Ding dong. I'm going to get that. You're going to have to explain what you mean later. Maya hurried to the door, where the two uniformed officers stood. She unmuted her phone, let the operator know they'd arrived, and ended the call. Then she answered their questions. The officers insisted she and Mr. Mason go outside. He grumbled as he made his way out to where the cop cars were. One officer stayed with them, and the second went to join the others who had arrived. By the time it was all over, a handful of cops had searched the barn, the entire yard, and the house. Everything is clear, one said. The suspect must have fled. She took their statements and wrote a description of the suspect, a process that involved no less than 900 questions. Every inch of Maya's body ached by the time the last cop car drove away. She made chamomile tea and sat on the couch with Mr. Mason. Well, that was sure exciting. You really never saw the guy? Nope. And even after I described him 50 million different ways to the cops, that still didn't jog your memory. He shook his head and sipped his tea. You don't think this has to do with your work? Some government business? Why would the government be sneaking around my barn? He had her there. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. That's the police's job. He sipped some more. She was too jittery to hold her cup, so she placed it on a coaster. Tell me more about your working days. Not much to say. Those private official documents say otherwise. He continued sipping. How can you be so calm? She exclaimed. We were just hiding from someone who snuck onto your property. He could be a criminal mastermind for all we know. If he was, he wouldn't have been seen. Maybe he wasn't expecting me to be here. Then he wouldn't be much of a mastermind, would he? Maya twisted the hem of her shirt. What's going on? You have to level with me if I'm going to keep working here. What if that guy comes back? Even if I'm not here, that puts you in danger. I'm in too deep, and I know your work with the government has something to do with all of this. Wouldn't it be better if I found out from you, rather than some other way? Mr. Mason drew a deep breath, closed his eyes, opened them. Maybe he was thinking about telling her everything? It took all of her effort not to ask him a bunch of questions. Yes, I worked for the government. It was in a capacity that required full secrecy. Nancy never knew about it, nor did she ask many questions. She just accepted what I told her, unlike some people. Your work might have something to do with those bones, with your daughter. Don't you want answers? Of course I do, but I'm not going to get them. And even if I did, that wouldn't change anything. Jeff is dead, and so is my Angela. But you don't know that. She's only missing for over 30 years. Her bones weren't found. She could be alive somewhere. Wouldn't you want to find out? To see her again?
It'll never happen.
How can you be so sure? He stared her down.
Because I am.
That isn't an answer.
You're tiring me out.
This whole thing has worn me out, too. Maybe I should put in some dinner, and we can talk over the meal? That way we'll be replenishing our strength at the same time. Mr. Mason made a face, but didn't say anything. Dinner it is. Maya rose and went to the kitchen. She paid more attention to the backyard than what she was doing, but she still managed to find a frozen meal and get it into the oven. When she returned to the living room, Mr. Mason had turned on the news, but he wasn't looking at the TV. What's on your mind? He turned to her, his expression perplexed. Want to tell me more about your job?
I'm retired. Haven't worked in years.
You know what I mean.
There's nothing to discuss.
Maya plopped down next to him. I disagree. There was someone snooping around the barn less than an hour ago.
I don't want to talk about it.
But I want to feel safe when I'm here, so we have to talk.
You could always quit and find a different job.
Not happening.
He sighed. You're stubborn.
Not the first time I've been accused of that. What does your old line of work have to do with Angela's disappearance? Mr. Mason straightened his back and his brows furrowed. Your job did have something to do with what happened to her, didn't it? His expression tightened. What's the connection?
I don't want to talk about it.
Even if it could mean a reunion after all these years?
It wouldn't be fair.
How do you mean? She asked.
Nancy never got the chance to see her again. Why should I?
Maya's pulse drummed in her ears. She was getting somewhere. Why shouldn't you? You're her dad. And what about your other daughter? Doesn't she deserve to see her sister again if Angela's still alive? He looked away. Do you think she's still alive?
I don't know.
Is there a chance? She asked.
Maybe. Doubtful.
What makes you say that? Mr. Mason turned back to her.
You ask a lot of questions.
She shrugged. Your point?
Look, I never thought Angela was alive. There still isn't any proof.
There isn't anything pointing toward her death.
Other than the fact that she hasn't reached out to her family in over 3 decades. And we know her boyfriend at the time is dead.
Want to hear my theory? Maya asked.
You're going to tell it to me either way, aren't you?
I think you ran into some trouble at work. No idea what, but you got involved with the wrong people, and something went down. Somebody took it personally and went after your family. Am I on to something? He didn't reply, didn't even blink. You knew your family was in danger because someone threatened you. And then when she disappeared, you thought they'd made good on their word.
Something like that,
he muttered. What if they only made you think she was dead?
They led me to believe Jeff was dead, and that was correct.
What if all these years you've been looking for the wrong clues? She asked. You've been seeing proof of her dying because that's what you expected to see. What if there's something showing she's actually alive, but for some reason
can't reach out to you." He tilted his head.
"What do you mean?"
"People lose touch with their loved ones all the time. I'm sure you know more about the witness protection program than I do. And there's also trafficking, if she's been involved in that. Wouldn't you want to help her get out of it?"
Mr. Mason jolted. "You think she could have been involved in that for this long?"
"It's possible, especially if nobody has been looking for her." His face drained of color. "You know I'm onto something, don't you?"
"I think I need to rest."
"Now?"
"Yes."
"Just when we're getting somewhere." He rubbed his temples.
"All these years, I believed my daughter was dead. Now you have me questioning everything I thought to be true. Go look at the barn if you want to. Maybe that man was the one who put the bones in there so he could have left a new clue."
"Wouldn't the cops have found something while they were here?"
"They were searching for a weathered-looking man in his 60s, not signs that Angela could still be alive. If you'll excuse me." He trudged down the hallway.
Maya struggled to breathe. Could he be right? Did the man she saw leave a clue about what really happened to Mr. Mason's daughter? Chapter 21. Ariana climbed out of the pool after a few refreshing laps, dried off, and tossed the towel onto the nearest pool chair. She went inside to where Damon and Xander were watching a movie.
"Do you mind checking the smoker?" Damon asked. "I have the salmon on medium-low heat and want to make sure they aren't cooking too slowly."
She went back outside and checked the internal temp of the fish. When she told him the result, Damon said it sounded perfect. "Let me know when the fish is done. I'm going to get back to my studies." She leaned over and gave him a kiss. "It's summer," Xander said. "Why bother with school?" "Because it's actually fun." He made a face. "Adults are so boring." Both she and Damon laughed. Ariana went inside and showered off. After getting dressed, she noticed over a dozen unread texts. Groaning, she picked up her phone. What had she missed now? It was a group text, with most of the texts between Maya and her twin Olivia. Maya wanted help looking through Mr. Mason's barn. He'd given her permission to search it again, since the police hadn't found anything after they'd seen a man snooping. Leah responded that she and Charles were back in L.A. for his work. Rita said she was too nauseated, and Olivia wrote that she was on her way. Another text came through. Maya. "Ari, what about you?" She drew a deep breath. On one hand, she was definitely curious. But at the same time, she didn't want Damon to feel like he was babysitting the entire time. Not that she would use that wording around Xander, who, at 13, would definitely object to anyone babysitting him. Ari. "Maybe. Give me a minute." Maya. "Don't leave me hanging." Ariana hurried to the backyard, where Damon was checking the smoker and Xander was now lounging in the sun. She gave her husband a quick kiss. "How much longer do you think it'll be?" He arched a brow.
"Why? Do you have a big date?"
She gave him a hard nudge. Damon laughed.
"If I lower the heat a little, we'll probably have 90 minutes. Just long enough for me to watch another movie Xander wants to see. What do you have planned?"
Ari told him about Maya and Olivia searching Mr. Mason's barn.
"If you really want to help them, go for it. Xander and I are fine."
"You sure? I don't want you to feel like this is all on you." He pulled her close.
"We're really connecting. It's actually good for both of us. Telling him about the things I went through is cathartic, and it really does seem to be helping him feel better about his situation."
I'm glad you can both be here for each other. It sounds like just what the doctor ordered.
It does.
He kissed her cheek and pulled back.
But if you run into any trouble at all, call me. I'm going to keep my phone on me.
Thanks. I'm sure it'll be fine. The creeper is long gone. From what Maya said, it sounded like the property was crawling with officers.
Just be careful. That dilapidated building makes me nervous.
Me too, and I don't have any intentions of getting hurt. She gave him a kiss goodbye and let Xander know she was heading out for a little bit. He gave a quick wave, clearly not caring about her leaving yet again. She got into her car and hurried over to the neighbor's house. Maya's and Olivia's cars were both out front. Not that it should be surprising, since the twins worked next door to each other. Ariana knocked on the door, and when she was about ready to try the doorbell, Mr. Mason answered.
They're out back.
Thanks. How are you doing?
Tired. It's been a day.
It sounds like it. Do you need anything?
He shook his head. I'm going to watch a show with my tea while you girls look around, even though the police already did.
It never hurts to have extra eyes. Since I'm studying to be a private investigator, maybe this will help me out.
Maybe.
After letting her in, he closed the door and shuffled to the living room. Ariana went through the kitchen to the backyard. The old barn caught her attention right away. Its faded red paint stood out among all the green of the enormous yard, and a large storage shed that was easily bigger than her first apartment. As she neared, its neglect became more apparent. Peeling paint, cracked windows, plants growing up along parts of the walls. One door was open, so she entered there. The stench of mold and old hay made her pause. "Is that you, Ari?" called one of the twins from somewhere. "Yeah. Have you found anything?" "Not yet." Maya appeared from around a corner. "But we just got started." Olivia stepped out from a stall and waved. "So far, it looks like nothing was touched." "Are we looking for something the guy left? Or thinking he took something?" "He had to have dropped something off. Mr. Mason told us those bones were never here before." "Yeah," Maya said. "He swears that he and his wife have been in here countless times, having used this building as storage in the past. Said there's no way they wouldn't have seen the bones where I found them when they used to come in here. Somebody put them here. It could have been the same guy who was sneaking around earlier, unless the bones have been in here for years. But I don't remember the box being dusty, so that seems like a stretch." "Where should I start?" Ari asked, looking around. "We haven't been upstairs yet." The steps looked like they could crumble if a fly landed on them. "Are they safe?" "Try them out. If not, obviously don't go up." "Okay." Her pulse quickened as she marched toward the stairs. She pressed one foot on the first one. It was sturdy. So was the next one. And each one after that. Apparently, whoever built them had made them to last. Before long, she was at the top, scanning the loft. Bales of hay were spread around as if someone had made a maze for a small child to run through. There was also a roundish patch of the floor that was discolored. Was that why Mr. Mason had always been so convinced that his daughter had met foul play? Or was the discoloration more recent, and it was the years that had gone by without hearing a word from her that had convinced him? "Anything interesting?" Maya called up. She told the twins about the discoloration. "Sounds promising. Let us know if you find anything else." "You too." She crept around, trying not to disturb anything.
Layers of dust covered everything. Her feet kicked some up, and the swirls made her sneeze. She leaned over the railing. I don't think anyone has been up here in years. Keep looking. You never know what you'll find. Ari walked along the discolored floor, trying to imagine what the two teenagers went through so long ago. Had something happened in here? Was that why the bones had been left in the barn? Or were they left in here for some other reason? She hurried past, pushing those images from her mind, rounding the corner and looking all over. There was enough hay up here to feed a lot of animals, assuming it was even edible at this point. It was hard to imagine her gated neighborhood being farmland years earlier. But cattle and horses very well may have wandered her own backyard. After going around 4 corners, she found herself back at the stairs she'd come up. Down below, Maya was digging through some boxes. Banging noises sounded somewhere underneath the loft, as Olivia was most likely going through more animal stalls. What were the chances that the man Maya and Mr. Mason had seen actually left a clue, whether intentional or accidental? She walked around a second time, looking closer at everything, kicking some loose hay here and there, but not exposing anything other than the creaky wooden floor. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. She straightened her back and looked from side to side as a chill ran down her spine. Was someone watching her? The twins were both busy with their own searching, so that meant one of 3 things. Either she was paranoid and imagining the sensations, or the man had never left and was now following her every move. Maybe the feeling of being watched really was just her imagination. She relaxed a little. Seeing the discolored floor was getting to her mind, taking her back to her younger years when she'd been kidnapped. Things were different now. She was an adult with 2.5 decades of life experience. Now she taught teens and women how to stay safe. She'd been through more personal defense classes than most people ever dreamed about. Another chill ran down her back. Maybe someone was up there. She squared her shoulders and marched around the loft area again, this time checking for places someone could hide. If someone was up there, she would find them. Chapter 22. Maya's hands shook as she stared at a manila envelope with a string tied around it. She'd found it in the exact place where the box of bones had been. That couldn't be a coincidence. Olivia strolled over, her clothes covered in dusty handprints. What's that? I don't know, but it's not dusty at all. It was left recently. Maybe today. I need to open it. Let Mr. Mason. It must be meant for him. Olivia reached for it. Maya held it to her chest. They exchanged conflicted glances. There's only one way to find out if Mr. Mason should see what's inside, Maya said. He's old and frail. I really should look first for his own good. It's my job to protect him, after all. Her sister didn't look convinced. It isn't even sealed, Maya said. Look, the string tied around it can easily be retied. He'll never know we peeked. It feels wrong. Maya's heart sank, but her curiosity burned as she stared at the envelope. Maybe it's a note about Angela, finally giving us answers to what happened to her. Or it could be a confession from the killer. We should preview it before handing it over to a man who could have a heart attack if it's too shocking. It's the only kind thing to do. Olivia chewed her lip, looking conflicted. We can't give him a heart attack, Maya said. Whatever's in the envelope could have nothing to do with any of this.
It really isn't our business." "Are you kidding?" Maya exclaimed. "Mr. Mason's health is on the line. I don't want to be responsible for sending him to the hospital if something terrible is in here." "You won't be. Whoever left this would be, and that's assuming the contents even give him a heart attack. That honestly seems like a big if." "It isn't," Maya said. "The man snooping around wasn't there for the fun of it. He had a reason for sneaking into the barn and leaving this for us to find. The guy knows Mr. Mason doesn't come in here." "Does he?" "He's a spy. Of course he does. He wanted me to find it." "If that were true, why would he do that?" "I don't know. That's why we need to open it. Whatever's in here has to be huge, life-changing." Olivia gave her a sad smile. "Maybe Mr. Mason will finally get the answer about what happened to his daughter." "I hope the news isn't too much for him," Maya said. "That's why we need to open it first. If there's bad news inside, we can at least ease him into it." "It's so hard to know what the right thing to do is. Is Mr. Mason ready for a hard truth?" "He was the one who said the bones belonged to Angela before we found out they're actually her boyfriend's. But suspecting something and finding out it's true are two very different things. We need to be there for him. This could be more devastating than he's expecting." Olivia took a deep breath. "Maybe we should look. He did give us permission to go through the barn to see what we could find." They agreed without speaking a word. "You should open it," Olivia said. "You're the one who works for him." Maya gritted her teeth. "It's a big responsibility." "We'll look at it together. Wait, should we open this with Ariana?" Maya hesitated. Should they? She couldn't wait another moment. "We'll show her if it ends up being anything important." Olivia frowned. "Okay, hurry up so we can figure out what to do next." Maya didn't budge, suddenly nervous. What if they really were about to find out what happened to Angela? "Want me to open it?" Olivia asked. "Then you can see what's inside?" Maya took a deep breath, glanced back and forth between her sister and the envelope. "It's a plan." Her breath hitched as Olivia took the envelope. Her hands shook as she untied the string and held the envelope out for Maya. "Here goes nothing." Maya took it and slowly reached her hand inside. "What is it?" Olivia's eyes widened. Maya felt around. Papers. She pulled them out. A large photo was on top of a single-lined paper. Then she flipped it around so they could see the picture. It was a picture of a middle-aged woman with smooth, wavy gray hair falling past her shoulders. While she smiled, the pain in her eyes was obvious. But that wasn't what gave Maya pause. The woman had the same features as the pictures of Angela that were in the house. That could easily be her today. "Is that?" Maya covered her mouth. "It can't be." Olivia leaned closer. "She looks so much like Mrs. Mason." Maya studied the photo. "It has to be her. Angela must be alive." "Unless it's altered," Olivia said. "Anyone can do age progression with the right software. Should we show him? I don't want to get his hopes up if this is a joke." "Why would someone do that? Trespassing and leaving this here is a lot of work to go to for a practical joke." Ariana came down the stairs, her face pale. "Is everything okay?" Olivia asked. I think so, Ariana said, looking around. You think? Maya exclaimed. It felt like someone was watching me up there, but I looked everywhere and I couldn't find anyone. Ari glanced at the photo. What's that? Maya filled her in and showed her the picture. It's Angela. Unless the guy is trying to throw us off the trail, Ariana said. We need to show this to Mr. Mason, and then we can encourage him to give it to the police to see if it's legit. You can't tell? Maya asked. You're the private investigator. I'm studying to be a PI, and I'm not a photo expert. Ari's right, Olivia said. We need to show him and then let the police figure out what's going on. You shouldn't have touched it, Ariana said. Your fingerprints are all over it now. It doesn't matter, Maya said. If the guy was a government operative like Mr. Mason was, he wouldn't have gotten his prints on it at all, Maya said. It isn't like we've covered any of his, I'm sure of it. Olivia frowned. Why would someone working for the government sneak around here? I don't know, Maya said. Why would he do anything? What does the letter say? Ariana pointed to the lined paper. The letter was written in black ballpoint ink. It was signed Angela. Maya nearly dropped the paper. She exchanged wide-eyed glances with her friend and sister. It is her, Olivia exclaimed. Was she the one who left it here? Why would she do that? Ariana asked. Wouldn't she have gone in the house and reunited with her dad? It makes more sense that the guy sneaking around left it. Olivia pressed her hands to her cheeks. Regardless of who brought the envelope here, what's in it proves that she's actually alive. We need to tell Mr. Mason. This is such good news. I wish Mrs. Mason was still here to see this. We don't know if any of this is real, Ari said. As much as I hope it is, we have to let Mr. Mason look at it. He'll know if the picture is his daughter and if it's her handwriting. We have to show him and let him tell us what's going on, if it's her or not. Maya chewed on her lower lip and glanced out the barn door toward the house. Here goes nothing. Chapter 23. Ariana had to remind herself to breathe as she watched Mr. Mason look back and forth between the photo and the note. He hadn't said a word, and his expression remained blank. The twins both looked as tense as she felt. Well, Maya finally said, do you think that's her, Angela? He swallowed and put everything on the coffee table, looked up at them, still expressionless. He blinked a few times. Are you okay? Ariana asked. Olivia leaned forward. Do you need a doctor? Mr. Mason rubbed his temples. It has to be her. Ari squeezed the arm of the couch next to her. You think it's your daughter? That picture looks just like her. 30 years after I last saw her. And the writing? Maya asked. Really similar to hers. Obviously, that's something that changes over time. Let me grab something she wrote in high school. He rose and hurried out of the room faster than Ari had ever seen him move. Maya leaped up. Let me help you. Olivia turned to Ariana with wide eyes. It's really her. She's alive. Unless someone used photo manipulation. But why would they? Why would someone kill her boyfriend? Ari countered. Point taken, but why wouldn't she have reached out at some point? come to her mom's funeral. Mrs. Mason was really the sweetest woman. I don't see why Angela wouldn't have tried. Someone could have threatened her. If she's been scared for her life all this time, it makes sense. She might have started a new life for herself, thinking she had no other choice. It's just so tragic. What could Mr. and Mrs. Mason have done to deserve this? Some people are just cruel and like to see others suffer. I don't understand it. That means you're one of the good ones. She started to say more, but Maya and Mr. Mason returned. He placed some journals on the coffee table. These were hers. We can compare the writing to make sure my memory isn't tricking me. They each grabbed a book and opened it, then compared the words inside to the ones on the note. A chill ran down Ariana's back. The writing was eerily similar. She was no expert, but she would bet a lot of money that Angela had written the note in front of them. Unfortunately, the note itself didn't give any clues as to where she was or what she'd been doing the last 30 years. The days are equally as long as the years, and the sacrifices I've made have been worth it. Every life was saved, except one. He'll never be forgotten. His memory is always held tight by me, his face just as it was all those years ago. I wish things could have been different, but everything went the only way it could. Despite my many wishes for lives intertwined, I have no regrets. Everybody has been safe, and that's all that matters. Angela. What does that even mean? Maya asked. Does that sound like her? Ariana asked. Maybe something in code? He frowned and scratched his chin. I don't know what to think. Doesn't tell me anything useful, aside from the fact that Angela might have written the note. But that fact did look promising. While the writing had clearly matured over the decades, there were enough similarities that it had to be her. The way she curved the letter A and dotted every I off-center was exactly the same as the journals. If an expert looked at it, they would likely find even more. What do you think? Mr. Mason asked. You three are unbiased. Ariana told him what she thought she had noticed. Maya agreed. The letter E is also very similar, almost identical. We should let the police analyze this, Olivia said. Mr. Mason shook his head. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Your daughter is alive after all these years. He drew a deep breath. Things are more complicated than you realize. Don't you want to find her? Maya asked. More than anything, but nothing. The cops are our best bet. He slammed his palm on the table. There's more to the story. Ari's breath hitched. Was he finally going to tell them everything? The old man looked around, the lines on his face looking even deeper than before. I used to work for a secret agency within the government. Not the CIA or anything you'd have heard about, but similar. And in my work, I dealt with a lot of shady characters. And that was on a good day. Most of the criminals I was involved with were the worst of the worst. People so horrifying you'd never hear about them on the news. The things they did. He paused and shuddered. And to say that I angered a lot of dangerous people would be an understatement. My life was threatened on a weekly basis. At times, these people would promise harm to my family.
I never took it seriously because I didn't give them my real name. The government gave me an entirely different identity that I used when dealing with those people. But obviously, someone figured out the truth, because Angela and Jeff disappeared.
Ariana's mind spun, taking it all in. Even with everything at your disposal, you never found out who was behind it?
Oh, we did. And he was taken care of many years ago. But he never did say what happened to either Jeff or Angela. We kept him alive for a long time, but he never gave up the information. He took it with him to the grave.
Who did you work for? Maya asked.
Like I said, it's an agency you'd never have heard about.
Can't you call them about this? Ariana asked. Wouldn't they have more resources than the police?
Clearly, but I don't think anyone I worked with would still be there. Not only is there a high turnover rate, but we tend to have an early retirement age.
But you spent your whole career there, Ariana said. That would have to count for something if you reached out, especially considering your work with them got your daughter into trouble.
Yeah,
Maya said. They owe you.
I don't think they'll see it that way. It was the people that I interacted with off the record who are behind this.
He drew a deep breath and looked away.
In order to get some more complicated jobs done, I went off script, if you catch my drift.
You broke laws? Maya asked. Olivia nudged her. It's a valid question.
Mr. Mason nodded. You could say I skirted some rules and laws. I wasn't a dirty agent, but I did what I needed for the greater good.
And that's what got Angela and Jeff killed? Ariana asked.
Yes. I received the threats loud and clear, but I couldn't get the money in time.
Maya blinked a few times. You knew who was behind their deaths, and you didn't tell anyone?
I wish it had been that simple. I'd have gone to jail, and nothing was going to bring them back. My wife and other daughter needed me. Wouldn't have been any good to them in prison.
Ariana's mind spun as she tried to make sense of everything. What does that have to do with what you were digging up in your yard? He gave her a double take. Damon walked by and heard some noise. He wanted to check on you and saw you digging.
Years ago, I buried letters and other documents that had to do with Angela and Jeff's disappearances. Evidence that tied me to it. He drew a deep breath. I needed to make some calls, and the only place I had the contact information was in my backyard. But they're all dead now, so it was for nothing.
I never would have expected any of that, Maya said. We need to contact someone who can help you. Judging by the photo and the note, I'd say your daughter is alive somewhere. It's only a matter of finding her. And your old agency sounds like they could offer more help than anyone else. He looked like he was considering it. What's holding you back? Ariana asked.
There are seriously dangerous people involved. His brows furrowed. They could still be watching her. One wrong move and they could end her life once and for all.
Would any of them still be around? Olivia asked. It's been a long time, and I would imagine that criminals like that would have an even earlier retirement age than you and your colleagues.
More likely to die young would be more accurate, he said. But enough of them are probably still kicking that I need to be careful.
One of them could even be behind this, trying to see what I'll do. If I try to find her, I could make everything worse."
"Don't you want to see your daughter?" Maya asked. "This could be her way of reaching out to you."
He arched a brow. "By sending me a photo that was clearly taken without her knowledge? No, it's more likely to be from someone I encountered on the job."
Ariana leaned forward. "Then reach out to your agency. I'm assuming you retired in good standing." Mr. Mason nodded. "Then they should be eager to help you."
He frowned. "I don't want to see anything happen to her. She's alive. That's all I need to know."
"You can't be serious," Maya said. "If she's alive, you have 30 years of hugs to catch up on. We need answers, and I mean more than this envelope provides." She grabbed the picture and note. "If you don't reach out to your agency, I'm going to give this to the police. One way or another, we're getting to the bottom of this." Olivia glared at her twin. "I think this is his decision to make, especially if he thinks it might put her in harm's way." They both turned to Ariana. "What do you think?" Maya asked. Ari turned to Mr. Mason. "Do you really think she would be in trouble if you tried to find her?" He drew in a deep breath and let it out slowly. A full minute passed before he spoke again.
"I suppose there's really only one way to find out."
"You're going to call?" Maya asked. Mr. Mason glanced at the time.
"The office is closed. I'll have to call in the morning. So if you'll excuse me, I think I'll get to bed so I'll be rested tomorrow. I'm going to need it."
"You'll call them tomorrow?" Maya asked.
"First thing in the morning."
"I'm going to hold you to it." Chapter 24. Damon pulled Ariana aside to the front entryway while the popcorn popped in the kitchen.
"Spill everything."
"What do you mean?" She gave him an innocent look.
"You've been hiding something from the moment you got back home. What is it?"
"I'm not keeping anything secret from you." She glanced around him toward the family room, where Xander was busy texting and not paying them any attention. "We'll talk after the movie." He stared at her in disbelief.
"You have to give me more than that. You went to find out what you could about what Mr. Mason is hiding. What happened?"
"I'm still trying to make sense of it myself. What do you think of this?" She whipped her phone out of her pocket and showed him a picture of a gray-haired woman. It looked a lot like a younger version of Mr. Mason's late wife. His stomach dropped.
"Wait, is that their daughter?"
"That's what we think." Ari swiped to a photo of a note. "This was with the picture, and it's really close to Angela's writing. We compared it to some old journals from her room." Damon took the phone from her and went back to the picture of the woman.
"This is proof she's alive. Is there a search party? What can we do to help?"
"That's where it gets complicated."
"What do you mean?"
"He wants to wait until morning."
"Why?"
She explained to him about Mr. Mason's agency.
"Do they have access to more resources than the police would? Because I think I'd take all the help I could if I were him. I'd start the search right now."
"I think he's a little overwhelmed by the news, and he feels responsible about her disappearance since it likely had to do with his job." Damon struggled to make sense of it all.
"I can see that. But how can he not be jumping at the chance to start the search right this moment? I'm ready to do something."
"So am I, and the twins feel the same way. But it isn't our call. She isn't our daughter."
He sighed. "She's been gone so long, and Now answers are right in front of us. Are we going to start the movie? Xander called from the other room. We just have to butter the popcorn, Ariana called, then turned to Damon. By the time the movie's over, we're going to be tired. Then it'll be morning, and we can find out what happens after Mr. Mason calls into the agency. You're right. He kissed her, and they went into the kitchen to get everything ready for the movie. The picture of Angela kept popping into his mind. There was something about it that bothered him. He couldn't put his finger on what it was, but it was really bugging him. He could hardly focus during the movie, only picking at the popcorn and barely laughing at the parts that made Ariana and Xander roar with laughter. After Xander disappeared into the guest room, Damon followed Ariana into their room and asked her to text him the picture of Angela. She pulled out her phone and tapped the screen. "What are you thinking?" "I'm not sure yet." His phone beeped when the text came in. He opened it and studied the photo, zoomed in and out. That feeling wouldn't go away. There was something they were missing. But what? "You have that look," she said. "What are you thinking?" "I still don't know." "What do you mean?" "There's something about that photo. I don't know what, and it's really bothering me." She glanced over his shoulder as he continued zooming in on different parts of the image. "She looks a lot like Mrs. Mason, only younger. They could almost be twins." "It isn't that." He focused on part of the background. Someone had taken the picture of Angela near a car in a suburban area. There was a park in the background, some trees, and a few fuzzy shops. "Do you recognize the location?" Ari asked. "I don't think so." "You don't think so?" "It doesn't look familiar, but at the same time, I can't get rid of that feeling that I'm overlooking something obvious or important." "The whole situation is frustrating," she said. "Maybe that's what's bothering you." He shook his head as he continued studying the photo. Then it hit him. "What?" Ariana demanded. "Tell me." Damon stared at the screen, unable to find his voice. "You're killing me!" Ari tugged on his arm. He turned to her, blood draining from his face. "I've been there." Her eyes widened. "You know where the picture was taken?" "Yeah." He turned his attention back to the screen. Now that he realized the missing puzzle piece, it was as obvious as a flashing neon sign. How could he have not figured it out sooner? "Where is it?" Ari exclaimed. "You can't do this to me." Damon took a deep breath, dropped his phone on the bed, and paced the room. He tugged on his hair, the swirling memories making him dizzy. Ariana wrapped her arms around him. "Are you okay?" Somehow they were now sitting on the bed. "Damon." He licked his dry lips, sucked in air. "That was one of the last places we went as a family before my mom died. We... He couldn't find the words. Images of his mom's smiling face raced through his mind. She'd always been so kind to him, always encouraging him. Nobody had believed in him like she did, until he met Ariana. His mom had been the complete opposite of his dad. Life would have turned out so differently if she'd lived instead of him. "Damon?" Ariana's voice brought him back to the present. "We went camping, my parents and me." His voice cracked, and tears threatened. "It had to have been less than a month before Dad killed her." Ari laced her fingers through his. "You don't have to talk about this if you don't want to. I need to. This is important." She squeezed his hand. "I'm listening." He took a few deep breaths to try and clear his thoughts. "There's a campground not far from this road. Those shops are the nearest ones to the campsite. We stopped there several times, and I met her." Ariana stiffened. "You met Angela? Are you sure?" He closed his eyes, the memories suddenly as clear as the day they happened. "Yes." "How could you remember that? Meeting one random person." "She wasn't random." Ari blinked a few times. "She wasn't?" Damon swallowed. "No. She rang up our order at the little convenience store." He struggled to get more words out. "That sounds a little random." "It wasn't. Her eyes didn't leave my dad the entire time we were there. Even when she talked to Mom and me. She followed his every move." "He probably creeped her out," Ariana said. "Some people can sense people's true nature." "It wasn't like that." Damon could never forget the utter terror in the cashier's eyes. In retrospect, it all made sense. Angela had met Cal Jones before, and she'd known what he was capable of. Chapter 25. Ariana gulped the rest of her double-shot latte and fought her heavy eyelids. She had barely gotten any sleep the night before, after Damon told her about his interaction with Angela all those years ago. Mr. Mason's daughter knew the serial killer before he became infamous. Damon's father must have had something to do with her disappearance. If he didn't abduct her, he must have been the one to kill her boyfriend, or had his hand in it somehow. Did that mean Mr. Mason had also dealt with Damon's dad in his line of work? There were so many unanswered questions, and the longer she tossed and turned, the more questions came to mind. Damon had wrestled with the covers as much as she had, and though they hadn't talked over the long night, it was obvious he hadn't gotten much more sleep than she had. And now they were on Mr. Mason's couch, across from Olivia and Maya. Xander was still sound asleep back at their house, and would likely stay that way for several more hours. She and Damon hadn't told their friends about their discovery. They thought Mr. Mason should hear it from him first. The older man had gone down the hall after letting them inside. "Did you two get any sleep?" Maya asked. Olivia nudged her. "What? Look at them. You could have a little tact." "Maya's right, though," Ariana said. But before she could give more details, Mr. Mason returned and sat in his recliner. He rubbed his eyes, which had dark circles underneath. "I've been staring at that photograph all night long. I'm more convinced than ever that that's my Angela." "And you want to find her, right?" Maya said. "Yes, but I don't know where to begin." "Call your old work." Damon cleared his throat. "I know where she is." They all looked at him with wide eyes. Mr. Mason was the first to speak. "How?" "I've been there." "How do you know?" Mr. Mason asked. "The picture is so vague it could be anywhere." Damon shook his head. "But it isn't. And I met Angela." Maya gasped. "What?" Ariana wrapped an arm around him for support. He hesitated before telling them the story he'd told her the night before. Mr. Mason sat still as a statue, not even blinking. Ari was about ready to see if he was still breathing. He finally leaned forward.
"You're Cal Jones's son."
"Unfortunately." Mr. Mason rubbed his temples.
"I was dealing with him before Angela disappeared."
"I'm sorry," Damon said.
"Have you always suspected he had something to do with it?" "Yes, but there was never any proof. Cal was one of the best of his kind. He knew how to cover his tracks better than anyone else. And he—"
Mr. Mason stopped abruptly.
"Never mind."
"Tell us. We need to know." Mr. Mason tugged on his shirt.
"He had something on me."
"What?"
"It doesn't matter. But suffice to say, I always suspected him."
Damon buried his face in his palms.
"Where was the picture taken?"
Mr. Mason asked.
"Near a campground about 2 hours away."
Mr. Mason leaned back in his chair.
"All this time, she's only been 2 hours away."
"I'm sorry," Damon said. "If you want me to leave, I'll go back home."
"Go? Don't even think about it. I need you to find my daughter."
"But I'm the son of the man responsible for your years of pain."
"Did you have anything to do with Angela's disappearance?"
"I wasn't even born then."
"Did you ever help your father with any of his deeds?"
"Never. I'm glad he's dead. He killed my mom." Mr. Mason jolted.
"I'm so sorry."
"So am I."
"I'm not concerned about your relation to Cal Jones,"
Mr. Mason said.
"if you can help me reunite with my daughter."
Damon nodded. "I'll do whatever I can."
"Start by telling me everything you know about where my daughter is."
He told him everything he remembered. Ariana's mind wandered as he went over the details. She shouldn't have been surprised that Cal Jones had some involvement in the mystery. He may very well have been the person to kill Jeff. But how had she and Damon managed to move into the same neighborhood where Cal had been involved in criminal activity? They'd been trying so hard to get away from him, yet even though the man was dead, he followed them everywhere, making it impossible to leave him behind. Mr. Mason thanked Damon profusely after he told him everything.
"Excuse me while I make a phone call to my old office. When I come back, I have something of interest to tell you."
He shuffled down the hallway. Maya turned to Damon. "I can't believe you met Angela." "And that you remember it," Olivia said. "That's nothing short of a miracle."
"There's no way I could forget the horror in her eyes. I mean, obviously, I pushed it out of my mind for a while, but not far enough that it didn't come back."
While they discussed Angela's connection with Cal, Ariana's mind wandered to what Mr. Mason said. He had something interesting to tell Damon. It must have something to do with Cal. But what? She didn't have much time to consider that, because he returned from making his phone call. "Are you done already?" Maya asked. Mr. Mason nodded.
"Yes. An agent is heading over there now to see if he can find Angela."
Olivia leaped up and wrapped her arms around him. "I'm so happy for you. I just wish Nancy were here for this reunion." He looked up.
"I think she's here. And maybe she's been guiding the events."
"It could be."
"Now we just wait."
"Why wait?" Maya asked. "We can drive over there and you can see Angela yourself."
I was told to stay here. We don't know who left the envelope with the clues. It could be someone just as dangerous as Cal Jones. I'm far too old to deal with something going sideways.
But he probably wouldn't even be expecting you to show up. What are the chances anyone would recognize where Angela was? We all thought the background was pretty nondescript. Ariana cleared her throat. Speaking of Cal, what were you going to tell Damon about him?
Mr. Mason's eyes brightened. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. Let me sit before I start this story.
Damon tensed next to her, and he grabbed her hand. She leaned against him. The older man took his time situating himself in the recliner before finally turning his attention back to Damon.
What do you know about your father's death? He supposedly killed himself. Supposedly. You don't believe that? Not for a second. My father wouldn't have ended his own life. I'm more likely to be struck by a meteor right this moment.
Everyone glanced around the room. No space rocks crashed through the ceiling. Mr. Mason wrung his hands together.
I was already retired by the time Cal was finally arrested, but some of my colleagues kept me abreast on the case. Was your agency behind it? Damon asked. I don't need details. All I need to know is I'm right. You are. It was an inside job.
Damon slumped against the couch. Ariana rubbed his arm. Are you okay?
Better than okay.
He blinked a few times before turning back to Mr. Mason.
Do you want me to drive you to your daughter?
He opened his mouth like he was trying to speak, but no words came out.
All you have to do is call back your agent and tell them nothing is going to get in between you and your daughter. You shouldn't have to wait another moment to see her. My father is dead, and agents are already headed over there. What could go wrong?
Ariana could think of a few things.
If we take my car, nobody'll be any wiser. The person who dropped off that envelope would be looking for your vehicle, not mine.
Mr. Mason toyed with a button on his shirt.
It's hard to argue a point that solid.
Damon stood.
What are we waiting for? Let's go.
Chapter 26. Ariana clung to the Charger's armrest from the back seat as she watched the speedometer inch higher and higher. She was used to him driving fast. Who wouldn't in a car like that? But with Mr. Mason in the passenger seat, it seemed a little excessive. But Damon knew what he was doing, and their older neighbor wasn't complaining. She checked her phone to see if there were any missed calls or texts, but there were none. She'd left Xander with Rita, who had all three of Grayson's kids for the day, because their nanny had called in sick. Her brother was again thrilled to spend time with Brayden, and Rita was more than happy to add him to the already full house. Still, Ariana couldn't help worrying. Her brother was still recovering from surgery, and her friend who was dealing with morning sickness now had 4 kids in her charge. If she'd have been thinking straight, she'd have offered to stay with Rita. But between the excitement of finding Angela, the lack of sleep, and her caffeine buzz, Ariana was not at the top of her mental game. They were already a half an hour into their drive, so turning back wasn't an option either. She sent Maya a text asking her if she'd check on Rita. Maya was just doing housework for Mr. Mason, so there was no reason she couldn't head over and help out with the kids if needed. Maya replied that she'd be glad to help, and Ari finally relaxed. She must have relaxed enough to fall asleep, because Damon woke her, telling her they were making a bathroom stop. Her phone showed an hour and a half had passed. They were only a half hour away from Angela. Mr. Mason looked like he was holding back tears. Ari gave him a quick hug. "This is so exciting, don't you think?" "It hardly seems real after all these years." "I'm so happy for you." He nodded before heading into the convenience store. She went over to where Damon was filling the car with gas. "Want me to pick up anything inside the store?" "Get whatever you want." His gaze darted around. "You don't want anything?" "No." He glanced back. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." "Don't give me that." Damon still didn't look at her. "I think someone's following us." Her stomach churned acid. "Are you sure?" "Unless there's a car that just happens to change lanes every time I do, always staying 3 to 5 cars behind me, who also took the same exit, and coincidentally is running his car one parking lot over." Ariana glanced over to the diner next door. "Don't look at him." She sighed. "There are half a dozen cars over there, including the one I just described." "Did you tell Mr. Mason?" "And give the old guy a heart attack before he gets to reunite with his long-lost daughter." "He's also a retired secret agent. If anyone knows what to do, it's him. And if he's at a loss, he can call his contact at the agency. They should know someone is following us. I'm the one who convinced him that driving with me was safe. Now things have changed. He needs to know." Damon frowned. "He's not going to pass out." "Can you guarantee that?" "Mostly." "That isn't a guarantee." "No," she agreed, "but it's a risk we need to take. He'll be able to handle it." "Like he pointed out, he isn't up for the things he used to be able to deal with. Let me try to lose the car and see how that goes." "You haven't already tried that?" "I was trying to see if he was actually following us. The fact that he exited and parked over there tells me all I need to know." "And now you want to try and lose someone who could have worked with your dad?" "I can do it." "Will that be safe with Mr. Mason in the car?" she asked. "I'm not going to do anything dangerous." "We should at least let his agency know what's going on." "Maybe." He took the nozzle out and replaced it in the pump. "Let's grab some snacks inside and we'll figure out what to do when we get back to the car." "How about this? If the car is still there with the guy in it, we tell Mr. Mason so he can pass along the information. If the car is gone or empty, we get out of here as fast as we can so the guy won't be able to catch up with us. Deal?" Damon glanced over at the other parking lot quickly. "Maybe." "Maybe?" she exclaimed. "I just want to feel everything out. Don't forget, I've dealt with my father's business associates as well. I can also reach out to his attorney and get put right through. He might be able to tell me who this guy is. I'll be able to give him a description and license plate." "You got the plates?" He gave her a playful smirk. "You don't give me enough credit." She sneaked a look over at the other parking lot. "How can you see that far?" "I slowed down on the freeway and took him off guard. That's when I managed to see the numbers." He nudged her. "I know what I'm doing." "You should be the one studying to become a PI." "Why? I'm married to the future best private investigator in the state." She rolled her eyes. "I'll meet you in the store." He gave her a kiss. "You'll be the best. Just wait and see." "Or we could be a team." She lifted a brow and marched toward the store, glancing over at the other parking lot while keeping her head straight ahead. Someone got out of one of the cars. Was it the one who had been following them? Damon hadn't mentioned which car had been following them. She picked up her pace and hurried inside. Mr. Mason was at the register and gave her a little wave. Ariana returned the gesture and glanced outside. Didn't see anyone coming into the little store. The person she saw was probably going into the diner. That's what made the most sense. She darted down a random aisle. It was full of toiletries, so she headed for the next row of supplies. Snacks. Much better. She grabbed a few at random, paying more attention to the people around her. Not that there were a lot. Down the next aisle, she found drinks and grabbed a few. The bell over the door dinged. She dropped one of the plastic bottles. It bounced on the floor away from her. Some private investigator she would make. She scurried to pick it up, and thankfully it hadn't broken or sprung a leak. But chasing it meant she didn't get a look at the person who entered. She clung to her armload of supplies and made her way to the register, getting in line with Damon. It was just him who had come through the door. She was making too big of a deal out of everything. The other guy was getting lunch, not following them in here. That was what made the most sense. Hopefully, it was also true. Chapter 27. Damon glanced in the rearview mirror again. The car was still several vehicles behind him. It had pulled out onto the road after he had moved from lane to lane in the same path Damon took. If there was any room for doubt before, it was gone now. He hadn't mentioned anything to either Ariana or Mr. Mason. Ariana kept glancing around, but hadn't asked about it. Neither of them wanted to worry their neighbor, although from the looks of it, they would have to tell him soon. The GPS indicated they were nearing the exit. While many things looked vaguely familiar from his camping trip years earlier, there was no way he would remember the route on his own. Time spent with his mom felt like a lifetime ago. Almost like a dream. Something he'd made up to convince himself his childhood hadn't been a total train wreck. Like he had some redeeming value, considering he was the son of a serial killer. A fact that would never leave him, even though his father had died. And now he knew the truth that he'd always suspected. There was no longer even the slightest bit of doubt. Mr. Mason had confirmed it. Sadly, that only proved that Damon knew his killer father well enough to be certain of his motives. He shook those.
Sometimes all we need is a few minutes of soft music to come back to ourselves. This is your moment. Thank you for being here.
those thoughts off and glanced in the mirror for what had to be the 100th time since he'd gotten on the freeway. The car was still there. If the driver was in any way associated with Cal Jones, losing him wouldn't be easy. Damon's father hadn't been one to mess around. He only worked with professionals. And whatever remained of his criminal empire would run just as smoothly. But like Damon had told Ariana, he would find a way to lose the guy. "Everything good?" Ariana asked. Her tone was light, but it held some tension. "We're getting close," Damon said. "Just a few miles from our exit." "How far after that until we find Angela?" Mr. Mason asked. "Looks like about 20 minutes. Damon pointed to the map on the screen. "Good." Mr. Mason didn't look away from the window. Damon glanced in the mirror. The car was still back there, but now closer. The driver knew where Damon was headed. What did he want? To protect whoever stole Angela from her life 30 years ago? Or is there some other scenario that goes much deeper? Given that Damon's dad had been involved, pointed to a lot of different possibilities. Could be drugs, could be some murderous cover-up, could be anything. Damon's knuckles were turning white. He loosened his grip on the steering wheel, took deep breaths. Hopefully, coming here wasn't a mistake. But they were on a time crunch. There's no way whoever dropped off the envelope with the picture and note could have guessed that they would figure out where Angela was based on the photo. It was only chance that Damon had been there with his parents those years ago. Unless the guy following them already knew that. Now it stood to reason that he had knowledge of the camping trip. Knew that Ariana was involved, and she would pull Damon in. It could all be a trap, and he was driving his wife and neighbor straight into it. There was no going back now. He would have to be one step ahead of the monkey behind him. Losing him was out of the question. The man knew exactly where they were headed. He also knew what kind of situation they were heading toward. Whatever it was, Damon would be prepared. His father had put him through plenty, including an abduction, so he could handle himself no matter what came his way. The exit came up, and Damon took it. So did the other guy. Not surprising, but part of him had been hoping the other car would keep going. Now he was right behind Damon, because nobody else took the exit. He did keep his distance. The road now was a narrow 2-lane road with forest on either side. The other side had warning signs of potential rock slides and avalanche danger. He'd take an avalanche over this, except it was over 90 degrees, and chances of a single snowflake were zilch. Damon varied his speed, and the other guy matched it, slowing when Damon slowed, and speeding up when Damon did. Then he took a sharp turn without warning. "Whoa," Ariana said. "You almost ended up with a sports drink all over your car." "I'm trying to lose the guy behind me." Damon drove down the road a little way before pulling over to the side. He waited. The other car didn't turn. Maybe he wasn't following them after all. Doubtful. "Someone's following us?" Mr. Mason asked. "Yes, but I may have finally lost him." "Finally? How long has this been going on?" "I noticed him shortly after we got on the freeway, but he could have started sooner. Traffic was thick on the side roads, so I didn't notice." "Since we left the gas station? Or the house?" "The house." "And you didn't think to say anything?" Mr. Mason asked. "I didn't want to worry anyone." "I can call someone from my agency and find out if it's one of theirs." "You should do that." Damon pulled back onto the road and whipped a U-turn. When he got back to the main road, the other car was parked on the side, waiting for them. "Is that one of your people?" Damon asked. "No. The agent I talked to is meeting us there in town." Damon turned onto the road, spinning and squealing his tires, drove twice the legal limit. The other car kept up. He squeezed the steering wheel. "I'm sorry I brought you both into this." "I'm not," Mr. Mason said. "Now I want to see Angela no matter the cost." Damon glanced back at Ari. "Are you okay, babe?" She nodded. "You act like this is the first time we've been followed." "This guy could be connected to my father." "Again, not the first time we've been in that situation." He couldn't deny it, but he hated it. They'd moved to Rosie Hills to get away from anything to do with Cal Jones. Yet here they were. Damon reached the turnoff a full 5 minutes before the original projected time. He followed the directions through numerous turns until he came to the little business area. Nothing had changed in all these years, except Damon. He passed the building where Angela had been photographed. "What are you doing?" Mr. Mason demanded. "Trying to ditch this guy. The agent is almost here. Let him deal with the criminal." "We don't have time for that. Now that we're here, he's going to make his move. He isn't even bothering to hide the fact that he's following us." "What's your plan?" Ariana asked. "To lose him." "How?" "I haven't figured that out yet." "Let's just stop," Mr. Mason said. "I want to see if Angela is in one of those buildings from that photo. I'll deal with that crook behind us." "You?" Damon asked. "I brought my gun." Damon gave him a double take. "You brought a weapon?" "You better believe it." "I have one too. Let me take the lead." "Looks like we're all set." Mr. Mason motioned toward the buildings. "I'll let the agent know we're here." Damon's stomach did acrobatics, but he agreed to turn around. The other car pulled into the parking lot behind him. Mr. Mason spoke into his phone and turned to Damon. "The agent is only about 5 minutes out." 5 minutes that could go horribly wrong. Could end up in a bloodbath. He drew a deep breath, glanced over at the other car, which was parked several spots away. There was only one thing to do. He opened his door. Chapter 28. Ariana scrambled out of the car and slammed the door. Damon turned to her. "What are you doing?" "Going with you." "No, you aren't." She narrowed her eyes. "I'm not going to let you confront that psycho alone." "I don't want you getting hurt." He gestured toward the car. "You aren't changing my mind. I'm going with you." They stared each other down. A car door shut a few stalls down. "Go," Damon said, before standing taller and glaring at the other man. Ariana didn't budge. Neither did anyone else. Her pulse drummed in her ears. What would this associate of her dead father-in-law's do? Had he used their neighbor's desperation to find his daughter in order to lure Damon here? The man stepped away from his car, took slow, measured steps, stopped halfway between his car and theirs. He straightened his weathered black leather jacket, pressed his matching boots against the pavement. Ari swallowed. "Where's Angela?" Damon demanded, breaking the silence. "Safe." "Prove it." The man nodded toward the buildings. A woman with long gray hair was busy moving items around on a shelf inside a small convenience store, not unlike the one Ariana had shopped at 30 minutes before. "What do you want?" Damon said, inching his way in front of Ariana. "You found the envelope, I take it?" "That isn't what I asked." "Is that her father in the Charger?" "What do you want?" Damon repeated. The man marched over to them. Damon stood completely in front of Ariana. "I have a gun." "You won't need it. I'll be the one to decide that," Damon said. "The woman you know as Angela hired me to find her dad." Damon tilted his head. "Then why didn't you go to him directly? Why sneak into the barn?" "It's complicated." "Uncomplicate it for me." Ariana moved around Damon and stood at his side. He gave her a frustrated look. She turned her attention to the man in leather. "Why do you say the woman we know as Angela?" "Because she hasn't gone by that name since she was 18. She has a whole other identity, but she wants to reacquaint with her family." "How do we know we can trust you?" Damon asked. Instead of answering, he waved toward the woman inside. "Angela." She waved back. "See?" Damon folded his arms. "That doesn't tell me anything. We don't know if that woman is Mr. Mason's daughter. All we have is a picture and a weird letter that her dad recognized as both belonging to her. Am I correct?" He looked back and forth between the man and the woman inside. Ariana stepped forward, ignoring Damon's hand on her arm. "Bring her out if you're really who you claim. Why isn't she running out if she's so eager to see her dad?" "She doesn't realize he's here. I haven't updated her about your sudden trip." "Why not?" Damon asked. "Watching you was more important. Bring her out. We drove all this way so Mr. Mason could find out if his daughter is actually still alive." "She's right there." Ariana couldn't take it anymore. She pulled away from Damon and stormed past the man, only stopping to open the shop door. The gray-haired woman turned toward the noise and offered a friendly smile. "Hello? Can I help you? Are you Angela Mason?" She dropped the tissue box. "What did you say?" "Angela Mason." Her face drained of color. "You're the woman working as my dad's personal aide?" "I'm her friend." You got my message?" "It was kind of cryptic, but yes." "My dad, he's alive and well?" "Why don't you come outside and ask him?" Angela blinked a few times. "He's out there?" "Yes." She drew a deep breath. "I can't believe this." Ariana opened the door. "Come on." Tears shone in her eyes as Angela raced past. Her feet barely left the sidewalk before the passenger door of the Charger flung open. Mr. Mason stepped out and stared at her, a mixture of disbelief and relief flooding his face. Angela ran toward him, and they embraced. Damon came over to Ariana and wrapped his arms around her. "It's all over." "What about that guy? Is he a danger?" "No. He explained everything to me. Angela hired him to find out about her parents and sister, but she didn't want him to interact with them until she learned more."
Why on earth not? Wouldn't she be eager to see them if she's going to all the trouble of finding them after so many years?
She was worried for their safety.
Theirs? Ariana exclaimed. I don't follow.
The whole reason she ran away was because the man who killed Jeff right in front of her threatened Angela. He told her that if she ever returned to them, they would kill her family. She's been living in fear all this time, worried that something she did would get them murdered.
Why reach out now?
She guessed that the man who threatened her had died. He'd been sending her monthly reminders of his promise all these years, making sure she never forgot. Then they stopped. For a full year, nothing came. She knew it was time to make her move.
How do those people sleep at night?
Ariana asked. I don't want to know. That would be getting too close to their thought processes.
What should we do now?
Damon glanced over at Mr. Mason and Angela, who were still in a tight embrace. We should go somewhere they can catch up more easily. Jerry mentioned a restaurant not far away.
Jerry?
The man who was tailing us for our protection. He also left the clues.
You mean the note and pictures?
Damon nodded. And the bones.
He left those?
She exclaimed.
Why?
Someone planted them among Angela's things as a threat, reminding her to stay quiet about everything. But she wanted Jeff's family to have closure, so she hired Jerry to put them in the barn where they would be found. It was the only way, since his family had moved away, and she didn't know where they'd gone. Angela also asked him to see how her family was doing. As soon as she found out about her mom's death, she felt she had to reach out to her dad, even if it put her and possibly him at risk. It took Ariana a moment to let it all sink in. She turned toward Jerry and gave him a dubious glance.
If he's on our side, why was he following us?
To keep us safe. Angela wanted to make sure her dad wouldn't get hurt if they met up. And given that nobody has jumped out from the woods with guns blazing, it's a good sign that it's all finally over.
It's too bad all of this couldn't have happened when her mom was still alive.
I know. She had to go to the grave, not knowing her daughter was out there, missing her too.
Ariana sighed. It was a thoroughly depressing thought, but at least she and Mr. Mason were able to reunite, and hopefully soon Angela would be able to connect with her sister and meet her nieces and nephews. Angela might even have children of her own.
Damon threaded his fingers through Ariana's and led her back to the charger. He offered to treat everyone to a meal at the nearest restaurant. Mr. Mason turned to him, tears running down his face. That meal will most certainly be my treat. He turned to Angela. And every other meal after that. If you don't want to move back home, then I'll sell the house and move down here to spend every waking moment with you.
I can't wait to see the house again, Angela said, wiping her eyes.
It will stay in our family for many more generations, if I have anything to say about it. Speaking of family, do you have children?
No, she said. It was too big of a risk. One more thing that they could hold over my head. It was bad enough that every day I feared for your lives. I couldn't add children to the mix. Or a husband. I never married. Never had kids.
All to keep us safe?
More tears shone in Mr. Mason's eyes. Yes. Angela's voice cracked. "It was hard enough that I couldn't see any of you or reach out to you at all. There was no way I'd have been able to look myself in the eyes every morning in the mirror if something I did caused any of you harm." Damon ushered everyone into the charger. This time, Mr. Mason sat in the back with his daughter, and Ariana sat up front. It was both heartwarming and heartbreaking to hear them catch up each other over the last 3 decades. The restaurant was more of the same. Mr. Mason talked more on what she'd missed, and Angela shared about her life. Essentially, she'd spent all those years laying low and trying to keep from being discovered. She'd managed to live under an assumed name by staying in a tiny town where people didn't ask questions. For decades, she'd been paid under the table and managed to live without a checking account or anything else that required official documents. The woman who rented part of her house to Angela was happy to accept the cash payments and never asked any questions. Ariana hurt for both of them, having missed so much. It had cost Angela so much to protect her family. She'd even given up having a family of her own. After the meal, they drove to Angela's home, where she gathered her things and said goodbye to her landlady. Her few belongings fit into the Charger's trunk and back seat at her and her dad's feet. It was a life Ariana could hardly wrap her mind around. Hopefully, after moving back into her old home, and probably into her old bedroom, she would have a chance at a better life. Maybe opening herself up to a relationship, even if it was too late to consider kids. By the time they pulled into Mr. Mason's driveway, Angela was laughing with her dad over old memories. Whatever happened, at least they would have each other now. Chapter 29. Ariana was ready to drop into bed and sleep for the rest of the week when they arrived home, but they needed to get Xander from across the street. Grayson's car was over there. Her brother was probably having the time of his life. He loved spending time with Brayden. Grayson's car wasn't the only one on the street that didn't belong. Several others were parked along the road, and Mom and Dad's silver SUV was parked in Damon and Ari's driveway. "Looks like your parents are here," Damon said. She groaned. "They're going to be mad we left Xander here." "I'm sure they'll understand. He's 13 and with Rita. It isn't like he's a toddler and we left him alone." "But he's recovering from surgery. I promised to keep a close eye on him." Damon parked and rubbed her shoulders. "We have nothing to worry about. You're only jumping to the worst conclusion because of the day we've had. We're both still tense from Jerry following us." She closed her eyes and let her head roll back as he continued massaging her muscles. "You're probably right." He kissed her cheek. "Of course I am. Now let's join the party at Rita's." The last place Ariana wanted to go was to a party, but it would be good to see her parents and sister. Hopefully Xander's time with Damon had softened his outlook on everything. It was shocking news without a doubt, but nothing they couldn't move on from. Their dad was an amazing person who had been through so much and had such a big heart to share with all his children, biological or not. He wasn't a blood relation to either Xander or Damon, but he considered them both his kids as much as he did Ariana and Lainey. And no matter how Xander felt about Dad, they all shared the same mom, and Ariana and Lainey were his siblings. There was no half or step or in-laws in this family. There was only family. Ariana took a deep breath. "How do you think it's going in there?"
It's probably a zoo, Damon laughed. No, I mean with Xander and Mom and Dad. His smile faded. Oh, that. Hopefully it's going well. Xander and I have had a lot of talks about it. We've gotten pretty deep the last few times. Don't tell him I told you, but he even broke down crying when we were fishing.
He did?
Ariana hurt for her brother, but tears had to be progress. Good tears? Yeah. He moved past his anger and really felt his hurt. The kid is crushed that Alex isn't his biological dad. He's his hero. Not that Xander would admit that out loud. Relief flooded through Ariana like a raging river. So his anger was covering disappointment. Deep, heart-wrenching disappointment. Her heartbreak morphed into anger. I hate that Dave did that to them. He violated my mom in the worst possible way and stole the rightful paternity from my brother. But on the other hand, if he hadn't, Xander wouldn't be Xander, if that makes sense. Completely. Damon kissed her cheek. You didn't tell Xander who Dave is, did you? Of course not. It isn't my place. She breathed a sigh of relief. I guess we better go over there and see how everything is going. Let's go. They walked across the street, hand in hand. Ari's heart raced as she pictured all the various scenarios. Were Xander and Dad talking? Was her brother still refusing to look at him? Did his talks with Damon stick? There was so much that could go wrong. Inside, loud music played, and everyone was eating cake. Xander sat laughing with Braden, while Mom and Dad were just a few feet away, talking with Rita and Grayson. Lainey was playing a board game with Grayson's two youngest. Maya and Olivia sat with Leah and Charles, who had arrived back home from California while Ariana and Damon were helping Mr. Mason. Ariana turned to Damon. Did we miss someone's birthday? It would appear that way. She pulled out her phone, but the calendar didn't show anyone's birthday. Rita waved at them, grabbed Grayson's arm, and dragged him over. You're finally back! We are, Ari said. What'd we miss? Is it somebody's birthday? Nope, Rita beamed. What then? Damon asked. She held out her left hand, showing off a huge diamond engagement ring. We're getting married! Grayson came here and said he spotted something in my yard. That's when I found the ring, and he proposed. They looked at each other adoringly and kissed. Ariana's mouth fell open. It was so fast, but she'd only met Grayson about a week earlier. Granted, they'd been seeing each other before that, not telling anyone about their relationship. But even so, it couldn't have been more than a couple of months at the most. Congratulations! Damon hugged Rita and then Grayson. We're so happy for you, aren't we? Yes. Ari pulled herself together and embraced her friend and her new fiancé, offering more congratulations. Have some cake. Rita dragged Ariana over to the table and handed her a piece. Her smile faded. You think it's too sudden, don't you? No, I saw that look on your face. Ari took a deep breath. The news surprised me, and I've had one stressful day. We thought someone was ready to kill us on the way down to find Mr. Mason's daughter. I'm still shaken from that. Are you serious? Rita covered her mouth. Yes. Ariana filled her in on the events leading up to the reunion. But everything ended up good. I just need to relax. I still have plenty of Boone's drinks if you want me to raid them. I didn't want to bring anything out because your dad is here, and obviously I can't have any either. There's plenty of sparkling cider in the dining room if you want that. Thanks, but the cider will be fine. We have to celebrate with you two later. Do you have any idea when the big day will be? 3 weeks from Saturday. Ariana blinked a few times. If she'd thought the engagement was quick, the wedding was even faster. Wow! Congratulations! Are you going for a small ceremony with such little notice? Rita's eyes lit up. Yes, and that's the best part. Grayson has already booked a resort in the middle of the woods. It'll not only be for just close friends and family, it'll be secluded and private. No nosy paparazzi chasing after Grayson. Is that something he deals with often? It comes with the territory. Rita put Ariana into a quiet hallway. I have an important question to ask you. What's that? She took Ari's hands in hers. Will you be my maid of honor? Ariana stared at her for a moment. You want me? That's why I asked, silly. But what about Leah? You've known her longer. Rita waved her off with a roll of the eyes. You know how catty things can get with her. Out of everyone in our friend group, you're my best friend, the one I'd trust with my life. I don't know what to say. Say yes. Yes, Rita squealed. Thank you. Don't tell anyone just yet. If there are hurt feelings, I'd rather deal with them after the celebration. No problem. I'm still in shock that you asked me. Don't be so modest. Come on, let's join the celebration. She and Ariana rejoined everyone, and after about an hour and a half, people started to make their way through the front door to head home. On her way across the street with her parents, siblings, and Damon, Xander spoke excitedly about everything he and Damon had done together all week. He even insisted they try the leftover fish that they'd caught and prepared. Once inside, Dad pulled Xander aside to the front sitting room, and they sat on the couch. Xander didn't scoot away or glower at him. Damon tugged on Ari's arm. We should give them privacy. Ariana held up a finger, didn't pull her gaze from her brother and Dad. A moment later, they hugged. Now that she knew they were good, she relented and went with Damon to warm up the leftover meal. Even if things weren't perfect between Xander and Dad, at least they were making progress. Xander wasn't rejecting him, but had come to terms with his disappointment instead. It would undoubtedly take work, but they would most likely end up with a stronger connection for it. Lainey bounded into the kitchen, laughing and wanting to help with dinner. By the time the food was ready, Xander and Dad came into the dining room, both smiling. Dad mouthed, "Thank you," to Ariana and Damon. It was all him, Ariana said, leaning against Damon. Can I go to the wedding? Lainey asked. Rita said I could, and Sophia said she really wants me there. I want to go if Braden's going to be there, Xander added. Ariana held back a smile. I'm sure he'll be at his dad's wedding, but I'll have to see if they have room. It sounds like there's limited space. Also, Mom and Dad would have to agree. Mom and Dad shared a look before she spoke. We'll have to talk about it, assuming they invite you. Xander grinned. So that's basically a yes. It's a maybe, Dad said. We're going! Xander turned to Lainey, and they high-fived. Ariana exchanged amused glances with her parents and Damon. Everything was going to work out just fine. Chapter 30. Rita sat on the swing on her front porch and leaned against Grayson. He wrapped his arm around her, and she took in his rugged scent, a mixture of his expensive cologne and him. They watched the orange and blue sky as the sun set. It was a rare moment to sit and relax and just enjoy their time together. As an engaged couple, her heart soared at the thought. She'd never felt so much love for another person as she had for Grayson. It both scared and thrilled her. She'd never had a connection with Boone, who she only married to help save her parents' business. It had been an archaic agreement, and one her parents hadn't appreciated at all. They still saw him as a flawless savior, even knowing everything he'd been arrested for. Rita had briefly thought she was in love with her baby's father, but that was never meant to last. She'd believed his promises to leave his wife, but he never would have, had he lived. Grayson was the real deal. He looked at her with adoration in his eyes, and he was a man who could be with anyone. Women even threw themselves at him when she was out with him. But he had eyes only for her, and the feeling was mutual. Though they hadn't known each other long, they had connected quickly, and they were clearly meant to be together. A second chance for both of them. They'd both been married before, and neither relationship had ended well. His ex was living on the streets, addicted to drugs, and her ex was in prison for the rest of his life. His kids adored her, and he was eager to be the dad her baby needed. And after seeing what Ari's brother had just gone through, she planned to explain the situation to her own child when he or she was still little. Grayson turned to her, giving her his heart-melting grin. "The sunset is almost as beautiful as you are, mi vida." A warmth ran through her, starting at her heart. The line was cheesy, but the hungry look in his eyes told her that he meant every word. She ran her fingers along his short beard. "I'd rather look at you than it. I want to memorize your every feature." He pressed his lips on hers. "And I want to drink in yours." Something crashed inside the house. So much for the kids watching a movie quietly. Grayson winced. "I'll run in and see what that was. You stay here and take it easy." He gave her a lingering kiss before hurrying inside, calling out to the kids. Soon she would be married to that perfect man. It was almost too good to be true. Rita rested her hands on her rounded belly, which seemed to be growing bigger each day. It would be obvious in her wedding gown, but she didn't care. If anyone wanted to judge her on her wedding day, they could stay home or keep their thoughts to themselves. The last thing she was going to do was to try and hide the pregnancy. She was proud to be an expecting mom. Couldn't wait to meet him or her. Soon she'd find out if she was having a boy or a girl. At first she was going to have it be a surprise, but Grayson was eager to find out and had talked her into finding out. He'd arranged his schedule to be at her next appointment with her. He was already an excited and doting dad-to-be and wanted them to find out the gender at a gender reveal party with all their friends and family. She loved the idea. Suddenly, the tiny hairs on the back of Rita's neck stood on end. A chill ran down her back. It felt like someone was watching her. She whipped around and looked inside, expecting to see the kids through the window. The front room was empty. Another chill ran down her spine. She scanned the empty street. Her porch was hidden from all the other houses. Boone had made sure of that by planting thick bushes strategically around the yard. She rose. "Is someone there?" Silence. The feeling clung to her. The door opened. Rita nearly jumped out of her skin. Grayson stepped out. Everything's fine in there. Alonzo knocked over a chair and spilled popcorn all over the floor. We got it cleaned up." His eyes met hers. "Are you okay?"
"Someone's watching us." He straightened his back and looked around.
"I don't see anyone. What makes you think that?"
"I can feel it." Grayson rubbed her arm.
"You're covered in goosebumps. Let me grab you a blanket, mi amor."
"It's almost 90 degrees. I'm not cold. Somebody is watching us."
"I'll have a look."
He kissed her forehead before walking around the yard and then down the driveway with an intimidating posture. She looked around for anything she could use as a weapon. There was nothing unless she wanted to swing someone to death. Grayson returned and wrapped his arms around her.
"I can't find anyone."
"I'm not crazy."
"Of course not."
"Someone was watching me while you were inside." He took her hand and pressed his lips against her palm.
"I believe you. Why don't we go inside and watch that comedy you were telling me about?"
She looked around, determined to find the person spying, but they were probably long gone now. The question was, would they return? This concludes Without a Trace by Stacy Claflin. Narrated by Francis Anderson. Copyright 2023 by Stacy Claflin. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Stacy Claflin and was produced in the year 2026 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.